something just like this. I mean, if I'm going to prosecute this, prosecute somebody similarly situated, because otherwise it's not fair.
Right, and you're not picking and choosing, just deciding who should be against everybody's involved, and get evidence who's involved. They got prosecuted. Correct. Thank you so much for coming on the show, and as always, being so gracious to spend time with us.
All right, guys. You have a good night.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you.
So we only have time for a few of our listener questions. Our first one comes from Jeff from Chicago. How imperative was it for the winning pieces to be found at the right location at the right time? I.e., was it predetermined that pieces would be found in X region around X time frame based on inventory requirement? Also, were there winning pieces tracked based off where specifically they were being applied?
This is a great question, Ashley, and that is all correct. There was a time frame that you had if you had a winning piece to actually redeem the piece, but you also had to know exactly what food product it came off of or if it came from a magazine. And then there was a computer program that Simon Marketing used to pick the general region that the ticket was going to go to. Right, and you needed to know all those things to be successful.
So this computer algorithm would pick the distribution center. Jerry Jacobson at least knew what distribution center and how that game piece was supposed to be claimed.
So they would set up fake addresses in different places to make it look like they were winning in different parts of it.
All right, so next question is from Andrew Coldminer.
I was curious about the $1 million ticket that the first winner interviewed by the FBI referred to as the $1 million instant winner ticket. I was under the impression that Boardwalk was essentially the $1 million ticket. It seems odd that no one refers to it as Boardwalk, so I'm wondering if it works differently or I just care too much about them not using the novel reference. There were two $1 million winners every time in this game ran, and one of them was Boardwalk. If you got part place at Boardwalk, that's $1 million winner. And then there was also one instant $1 million winner where you only needed one ticket. He said instant $1 million winner, and that's what he wanted. Next question is from Mike. How did the press not find out about this?
Every single one of these winners who came forward did these commercials holding the big check that weren't part of the FBI. In McDonald's eyes, they were legitimate winners. If you look back in hindsight and see how the pieces connect, but it didn't seem like there was any connection at the time.
A question from Derek Klein. Did the recipients of the prizes have to return the money, including St. Jude's Hospital?
Yes, so anyone who is indicted has to pay restitution. In fact, they're still paying restitution to this day. St. Jude's is unique. The game pieces were not transferable, and McDonald's decided to pay it as a donation. It was, in a way, excluded from the actual payouts, so St. Jude's did not have to return $1 million. Our next question comes from Cynthia McAdam. Did anyone actually win the large prizes during this time? If so, what happened?
So the game started in 1987, and the fraud started in 1989. So from 1987 to end in 1988, all those prize winners, as far as we know, were legitimate. The first prize won in 1989 was $25,000, so there were some legitimate winners. There were also some winners throughout the entire game that could or could not have been legitimate, but because of the death of Jimmy Colombo, the FBI could prove that it is not involved.
It is possible that there were winners who came forward and claimed prizes that did not receive a game piece from Jerry or one of the recruiters.
All right, what's next?
Matt Oven, why aren't these idiots still in jail where they belong?
You seem very passionate about this. So it's a really interesting thing, and this was a question that we asked very early on with the FBI. Like, why are people still in jail? And for white-collar crimes, as long as you don't kill someone or kidnap someone, the sentences usually aren't as extreme as you would think. The next question is from Anthony or Ted. Did the quote-unquote participants pay for the game pieces and then split the winnings? Jared Colombo seems to be making out like a vandal. Did we ever get any money? Where's Matthews? He needs his own podcast episode. Please, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. That's a lot to unpack.
Every winner was a little bit different. Jared Colombo was worried that people would not actually pay up, and there were a couple cases where people did not want to pay their winners. Lee actually did not get any money because Jerry Colombo died. She was waiting for it. She was asking him. Here's Matthews.
You never know. We could be right next to you.
Yeah, count back from 100, subtract to the
Next question comes from Trina. How is Jerry's brother, Frank, able to talk so freely about his brother's demons without the family being upset?
According to Frank, he cleared it with the family to be able to talk to us. And the reason he knows so much is because his older brother, Jerry Colombo, was his best friend.
Yes. Well, you're wrong. I just what you got 30 days.
Robin,
And now it's not again. So you're wrong.
and there's probably a
Why
lot
is he
about
lying
Jerry
to you
that
right now?
don't know the answer.
And correct. Next question. Maggie Marshall. All caps. Big question that both me and my daughter, the general public, have played with the McDonald's game soon McDonald's. We understand that McDonald's doesn't appear to be at fault. However, who's responsible for all the profits that was going to McDonald's to get the game pieces? It didn't have a snowball's chance of hell when
McDonald's knew that the moment that they were to the FBI by running a game again to catch the person who was behind this, they were going to get hit with a great deal of negative attention. And there were a number of class action lawsuits against McDonald's.
next question is from Lamar. So far, you've been quite kind to McDonald's. My question is, I have read some material on the case on the United States on which Jerry stole the money without paying under the justification that McDonald's was intentionally holding back the pieces for distribution solely in the USA. McDonald's purposefully not sending the cans to the was also one of the reasons. Uncle Jerry's justification being that the game was already big to reference myself and this money. Is this true?
There's a great deal of speculation. It's something that Jerry Jacobson mentioned in that trial. There's actually no evidence to cover this. We looked into it, the FBI looked into it, and in fact, we found evidence that actually refuted this statement. So even though he said it, it became testimony, it actually wasn't true.
As far as Jerry being in the episodes, we now see that he's not in this in the future. Alright, thank you for sending in all those questions. That is it for episode 6 of the Big Billions podcast. We're also going to have a bonus episode of the podcast.
Yeah, and the bonus episode will be a bit different. It's going to be hosted by Tom Segura, who's a very well-known comedian.
He will be interviewing us.
If you do have any further questions, though, please email us. And James, again, what is that email?
That email is picofthedayspodcast@hbo.com. That is McMillion spelled with an S, not the usual dollar sign, which you will find all over the internet. My bedroom is a poster.
And if you want to record your voice and email that to us, we'll use that in the show.
And be on the lookout for our bonus 7th episode of the McMillions podcast.
This podcast was produced by Funmeter in conjunction with Realistic Ideas. For Funmeter, I'm Ryan Sarthe.
And I'm James Lee Hernandez.
Joe Finsmaker produced this episode. For consulting producer is Mary Van from Apple Street Studios. JP has producer likes this episode, and the music heard here comes from our original series and was composed by Unrealistic Ideas is Mark Wahlberg, Stephen Levinson, and Mark Chance. And of course, none of this would be possible without the wonderful people who work at HBO. You can find the Big Millions podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, HBO Go, and now apps, or wherever you get podcasts. Thank you all again so much for listening.
If you sent to me to describe the celebrities that you were I can't even imagine somebody doing something like this.
It's also very because sometimes the thing that's blatant right in front of your face is the thing in California. It's illegal. It's going to be a whole stand-up and federal level.
From 1989 to 2001, there were almost no legitimate members on the high value businesses. It's been off about very long.
So it's 4:20. Day 30 off. Oh, it's just starting. Well, I'm going into this thing. I thought that by day 30 I would be so sick of pot. But sitting here, it's 4:20 and totally don't have to. It's personal choice now. Most more jokes. You guys are here on day 30. This is day 30 of getting high all day, every day. From the second I wake up in the morning until I go to sleep at night. And I get a great break once I start. And then I have a rhyme for the end of the day. What's that? Program introduction. I'll read the chat room or something. So the question is answered. Because that was moving really strangely. It would have been cool if I had an intervention. I guess we can try to do one now, but this is the last day. Fuck that time. Stop it. That's like if the guy supersized it was like a day 30, okay. This is day 30, and I gotta say, honestly, it's a fantastic day. I recommend you all to go see it. You don't have anything really you have to do. And then you can arrange for a nice meal, just warm, fish. Finally, do you think sick people will feel better when they start watching on new sometimes in their own homes while not operating definition or possibly watching a project regularly? It's Joey's right. You're awesome, man. We recognize his iconic image. Signature phrases. For the record, unseen voice. Davros is one of public television's most beloved personalities. Some watched his easy work intently, and I watched his like a mini kid. He was that. It's amazing. And he makes different companies. But here's something else. And when people actually try to do it, they have success. And some were just captivated by his calming demeanor. Barbara was public television's most recognizable artist. Everybody knows Barbara, especially in the States. This is the story of a young painter who made to share the joy of painting with everyone. This is Barbara, the happy painter. But before arriving as one of the most popular artists on television, Robert Norman Ross was just a boy from Daytona Beach, Florida. He was born on October 29, 1946. 1982 and grew up in Northern Italy. Each of Bob's parents helped shape his life with beautiful words. His father Jack still he lost the finger of his love when his palate shut. But Francis was on his left hand with natural flavor. It didn't take to the door and fresh. She had gorgeous influence. She's one taught us as mothers. Second to painting related to the Lord Bible. The last child was Highlands. Bob says that they were not wealthy, and really isolated. His wild and his mother and father separated when Bob was very young. His mother remarried briefly and had another son, Bob's brother, Jim. "20 years later, Bob's mom married his dad, but they didn't have long children. Bob's father died soon after they married. School was also tough for Bob. When he was just 18 years old, Bob joined the Air Force. He got married and had a son, but Bob soon found himself raising his son on his own. His first marriage didn't last long. Bob and his son had a close relationship, and years later, after the joint series took off, Steve would occasionally appear on camera, and eventually he was certified loss instructor himself. Bob and Steve lived together for several years until the military transferred them to Alaska. Steve was a young boy. Bob remarried and settled down near Fairbanks, Alaska, with his new wife, Jane. She was a civilian in the Air Force. For more than a decade, Bob worked mainly as a medical records technician at the Airways Task Force and cultivated his love of painting. He was inspired by the snow-capped mountains that surrounded him and sold his paintings to tourists. And he was painting gold fields in Alaska, so far. One day, the tavern's television was tuned to a creepy gas station. Bob looked up and saw a painting show hosted by a German man named Bill Alexander. Hold on, Henry, hold on, Henry. Alexander was painting scene that Bob was filming. And he was using a centuries-old paint called our food, which means direct paint for all things. The basic premise is that a thin paint will stick to the paper. Alexander thought it would well cut. This method allows you to layer colors of paint on top of one another and blend them right on the canvas. Traditional oil paint requires you to wait for each application to dry before adding a new color. But the wet on wet technique is more user-friendly because it allows you to paint very quickly. If you make a mistake, you can just let it go. This painting site was exactly what Bob said. I remember when he was in the Air Force up in Alaska, and he was excited about watching someone on television. He says, that's what I want. I want to paint before the bubble bursts. I want to get my baby on the canvas before I lose my.
By 1975, I saw Alexander Cameron's run grades going to another level. And took me about a year. I studied oil, but I retired to take an art position at one company's traveling art instructor.
Bob's wife Jane and his son Steve stayed in Alaska for a couple more years until Jane was eligible for retirement. So she left Bob, without quality. He promised her, although previous wasn't going on her back, although he was leaving the land of snow-covered mountains, he left a terrible number. That breathtaking scenery would serve as his inspiration for the rest of his life and would eventually become Bob's signature subject. He took that $1,000 and set out to try and spread Bob was teaching neurology classes all over the country. Half of the landline in his native state of Florida. And that's how he met in that closet in one of his painting workshops. And Bob's life would never be the same. Oh, but just wasn't a child. And was I just believe everything was seriously. Okay. All right. So I know that and this unfortunately, my boss was teaching this class, and I was so I met and rolled in a seminar that was 5 years. During that 5 years, I became aware of the effect that were common, very quiet. I had never seen anything like brothers and sisters like it. So the last day on a Friday night, we invited Bob to join us. And I said, I sure wish you would come to Washington, D.C. and teach us. So it was so Bob quit working for the Alexander Patrick Company and formed a partnership with teaching their own cooking classes sounded like a good idea, but getting people to enroll wasn't easy. Never heard of Bob Ross. They thought maybe the classes weren't filling up because people were working again. So Bob decided to offer them one man came directly to me first. And I said, Bob, I'm not one man. And at the end of the class, the man said, I'm so impressed with the idea that you teach just read. I went I'm a businessman which uses things and I have money. I would like to offer you return 40% more for the rest of my life. They turned down that offer and decided to keep pursuing on their own terms, teaching painting classes at art stores and shopping malls. They had legal tickets and mounting expenses. One of the ways Bob tried to save money was by getting straight hair and it was begun his hair growth. He never pay for haircuts, and he could save $1,000. He was the best man on it. One day, a number of small kids are fighting. Who is this man in this wedding picture? I said, what is that? I said, what's on the problem? They said, nah. And I said, yes, it is. And they said, well, you don't have curly hair. I said, that can't be. Probably one of the most important things God said to me was, if you do the growth, the money will come. Don't think about money. Just do it. So when that called me around and asked him to make a promotion about promoting his classes, but the commercial wasn't recorded on a standard sound system. It needed to be converted to a television station's command. So they took the commercials to a local television station in WWC. When they saw Bob they got really excited. They said, wow, this guy is wonderful. Would you agree to do the television series? And we said, okay. They came up with the idea for a show and called it TRILLIONAIRE with Bob Ross.
Hi, I'm Bob Ross. For the next 13 weeks, I'll be your host as we experience the joy of being.
At the beginning of the show, Bob would start with a blank canvas and finish less than a half hour later with a new oil. Bob told me that he was every question he said he was embedded. Every element of the show was thought of, from Bob's standard long-sleeve dress shirt and jeans to his soothing tone of his voice. He said in that each television program I would be sure and wear something on television that makes it 30 years ago. I think the hair was like that, and he couldn't change that because we made a logo out of it. complicated scale, but it was his trademark, and he had to do it. And we were proud of it.
I talked about a couple of things and said he thought about it. So this is the side of us. People love it.
Even the simplicity of the sex Bob, Bob wanted to publish a how-to to go along with it. X-rays paid, but none of them actually get it out until they get to the cashier because they have actually already medical cards everything outside of the shop and what they were. And Bob was dedicated to some of the Bob gets all the credit for these after he filmed the agent in front of the cameras, then go back home and he would repeat that feature. And I would stand behind Bob with my Canon 35mm camera, and he would make me take about 50 photographs the whole time he was there. And those were the actual photos that he wanted in that book. Series 1 aired on many public television stations on the East Coast, but the audience was small.
The time you said back trying to find a baby, you could have completely made
And the quality of the audio was so poor that the first series of the book movie was not and the book that goes along with it is a rare find. The partnership with WNBC is on.
Everything finished. I want to thank you very much for watching this. I hope to see you again in the near future.
Bob would have to look for a news line on public television. With series 1 and 2 under his belt, Bob fortunately wrote 2 classes across the country and looking for a new television station partner. Our dream was to move to the Midwest. All this attractive Mobile Alexander's program was talking about. Those were the cities we wanted to get with our classes. Phil Dodson, and the outer Chicago. We wanted to run commercials on the Phil Dodson show. But where were we getting commercial? Once again, he turned to public television. This time in Muncie, Indiana, just across the state line from Chicago.
in my office, upstairs bedroom, because I know
Everyone used to promote God's speaking classes and aired before and after the live papers were. Well, and that also brought airtime on the photography show. All that advertising paid off. The class was such a success that Bob thought about making everyone a permanent camera teacher. So he went to see the general manager. The next step was to get the joy picked up around the country. So he submitted the series to a national distributor to see if there was enough interest from other stations to carry the program. Only the difference. He designed a marketing plan turning over ViralRabbi's technique and his legacy to Bob Ross.
I can't over now that I'm not ready to have an iPad and that is Bob Ross.
Now with a national audience, Bob was on the go to produce a new program series every quarter. The production schedule was
The show was generally shot straight live occasionally if there was a technical problem or something like that, they would be back and but you were introduced to these paintings that you saw on television.
he was very proud of the fact that there's no temporary going on. And I should mention here, those paintings were not all that spectacular. There was always a feature hanging off camera that Bob was referring to. So I was going to continue. He was quite proud of sticking on that but Bob insisted that nobody ever see the same page because sometimes people have come here and they wouldn't see that page. And he would have to go back and there is one exception to Bob's thoughtful planning. He did series to completely off the top of his head. One night, somebody broke into our motorhome to rent the phone and they stole all pictures of the residents. That was the most spontaneous series of it. This new partnership with the station was the right move. He would go on to produce the remaining 30 series. That's almost 400 episodes.
It was always fun. It was always like beautiful. Come back.
And when the work was done, Bob and some of the deck line scour local antique shops about the treasures. By 1984, Detroit had received most parts of the country, but some stations still weren't going. While Bob was teaching classes at State, he gave every one of his students the home phone number of the local PA station manager to convince him to carry out the show. That's what changed me down to Alaska to work with Paul on the business side of things. Janie is very much involved in secretarial work in the office work. I was in college when they started and came home one evening and the house was transformed. It was no longer home, it was under shipping yard. At this point, Bob and Annette were on the road teaching cooking classes non-stop. But all that travel was necessary for the sake of the business, because teaching cooking classes was at the core of what we did. I think we all had a good relationship. Some stuff was always there. But Jane rocked. The owner went to the show and asked if Bob would here. And I said, oh yes. Should I bring the music and the canvases? They said, no, we're just this is together. Without the opportunity, Bob turned down the best appearance on the other show. He thought it was all right. It's always but the stress of telling this truth into a reality wore off. And many times, in bed, Bob and Jane talked about throwing in the towel. What should we do? But Bob's persistence kept them all going. He never wanted to quit. And I was the one most helped. His complete dedication to me and teaching others to me was the driving force. What ultimately led to Bob's unprecedented success thanks to the painting program was his unwavering belief that anyone can learn to paint. That's the medical and the germanium and He said all we do is decide that it's brought pain to the head or the ability to create something to the average person. And, they know they're never going to be a famous artist or anything. Maybe they will be. But when they sit down, they just get into their own world. So that's supposed to get. God works with the confidence of his dreams, and for many people, painting makes them feel more accomplished. And that's part of the joy that God is trying to spread. But the fact that first time achieved immediate success using what I'm actually doing is part of the criticism. Traditional artists chastise people as being overly simplistic. And some say his dancing with twisted color combinations without natural material. Most people think that artists are these very complicated to cultivate some of and they try to teach you that you can do a full with instruction, a lot of confidence, and teaching how to create. I think the hardest part of the painting is knowing the artist foreground and the background. Because when you know to create that, it's professional. But God never let the critics get to it, because it was not his goal to be regarded as a great artist, or even to teach others to His goal was to get people to experience the truth. And he did that by removing the feeling God even acknowledged those criticisms in a speech he did as an HBO film to run between movies. Rather than direct someone to articles, he has to be close. In class, he's great. God gives it a try. He's in his elements. With each series of the Joy of Painting, God's familiar religion series filled more and more rooms across the country with their first years. Based on all the things in the country, it's like 95% of the stations, which is the highest opinion for art. But most people who watch the Jordan King are just watching. The Bob Ross package estimates that only around 3% of the show's audience actually is on. The secret to Bob's success is Bob himself. He's more gentle or sincere, but once he got in front of the camera, he was well aware that his personality was a part of the show. His manner just seemed like the happiest guy. I think that Rob cultivated a relationship with his wife, one-sided conversation. And although Bob was slowly and quietly, his feet rapidly. Bob had patience for nothing. And of course, he had a poor dad, loved and cared about, and a passion for wildlife. He was known for having small animals, critters as we like to call them, on the show. We had lots of them. Well, of course, we became straight that's just became famous. And he thought that also for about 2 years. And finally, he seemed to know he really needs to be out in the wild. So he released it. Bob was committed to research and he built a platform Actually, I live a couple blocks from her. And every now and then she'd say, oh, I made your page today. And he would have made one of these enormous wire pages. They're lifesavers. They help me so much. Bob rented an apartment in television studio. It had a link right out the back door of the village. And Bob would keep it well, that made it right for me. And he was and the word got shiesty. So he said, even when I was a kid, Bob always tried to stay positive. He was always up. I mean, he was that person that I know it had bad days, terrible brother. And I know that he had bad days, but didn't know Bob well. He rose to stardom after he was in public television, and he wanted to give back to the system. But at this point, the main source of income for Bob's business came from teaching beauty classes and selling construction books. And then a happy accident. The Alexander company called and said they couldn't produce enough paint to go anymore, and suggested that Bob start his own business. Bob always teaches their he reduced the size of the largest brush the Alexanders used, from 2.5 inches down to 2 inches, and he adjusted the formula. Here's what it takes to make the Bob Ross each TV page printed with Bob's smiling face as his products in commercial shelves. So did his image, establishing his brand overall company. Now Bob focused on growing his business, and that meant training his instructors to go out and teach the method and the message of the children. As the demand for more television episodes, plus more painting classes, both steadily increased, Bob began to realize that he didn't have enough time to go to work. In 1987, he created the first team of Bob Ross instructors. These students would go out and teach Bob's place.
One of the things that we're trying to do is ROTHSCHILD teaches Almighty Method, is we're trying to get an army of teachers. And soon we have teachers that travel this entire way of the country teaching method of painting.
Seminars and demonstrations gave way to guest appearances and exhibitions. These teachers taught how to make 1989. Bob cultures.
years on his own show, The Joy of Pay, which I watched all the time. He is the author of several books on the subject. His latest book, The Fish and the Joy of Paving. Please welcome America's favorite author from the podcast. Well, thank you so much. Most people can't take it. I find it fascinating. I sit and watch it.
I think it's because magic really does have no editing. It shows you what happens when it happens.
What's the easiest thing to do? If someone was just doing it, some people are simply, what would be the first thing to say?
Probably just to go crazy. I know how to demonstrate the reason, but $3 is impossible for some people.
You know, it's really funny to think that Bob Lord limousine and jumped out of the bus. But in the back, we were like dragging just a bunch of just in the big city. He was also a very celebrity guest at the Global Opera. Bob was a big fan of country music, and his friend, Kate Smith, brought him up on stage. By the early 90s, nearly 300 episodes of The Joy of Paving were on the air in the US and then Canada. Soon, translations started popping up in Mexico, Costa Rica, Colombia, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Germany, Switzerland, Austria, Turkey, Iran, South Korea, and Japan. By now, Bob was arguably one of the biggest stars in the history of color television and host of the most popular art show in the world. This guy has When his second hardcover book came out, Bob was once again called up to the networks. Bob rose to the status of pop culture icon with a series of promotional spots for MTV. And the tongue-in-cheek commercial settle. There's no much on the website, even when it's But Bob learned just how popular it was while demonstrating his products on BBC. When the battle began, the producer walked out to Bob and handed him the product. Although his career was at its pinnacle, his personal life was starting to fall apart. In 1992, he lost his wife Jane to cancer, and his own body started to fade as well. He was fighting his second bout of lymphoma. He had surgery for the initial diagnosis long before the treatment started, and had been in remission for years. All of it was mixed signal, some transplants, including advertising, someone probably his career sacrifice. But when Bob knew he was losing the fight, he began to realize to ViralRabbi that a couple of years more he was going to raise his image. And so he said that I think you need to go public for us that we're Around that same time, he opened the Bob Ross workshop that used Smart to train all the instructors to carry on lessons.
It's hard. It's hard to live on and teach. Just
Then in 1994, Bob broke down. Bob was invited to be a guest on the FoodpornRabbi show. By the end of 94, Bob was continuing to travel to the US for his own worst part of all for him was his hair. He was so upset because his hair didn't go through certain radiation. And his hair was falling out because he had a wig but he had an image to keep, and that was very important to him. He had produced over 400 episodes of the Truman, the last series,
It's number 31. Bob wasn't okay, I think forever. I give you so much. After we stopped recording, Bob went on the floor, and when they very quietly in his final months, Bob's life had always been about sharing the joy of pain with others, and even as his life was coming to an end, he wanted to find a way to share his love of pain with the children. And so he teamed up with a beautiful person to produce a children's program called The Adventures of Elmer and Friends. When he was too young to travel to the beach, so the people recorded Bob's parts from his life. In the end, Bob was only able to participate in the pilot episode. On July 4th, 1995, Bob Ross died of pneumonia. He was 52 years old. Bob's legacy goes on with thousands of instructors who teach his method to their life. It's emotional. I can't describe how emotional. We continue to certified teachers at the same rate as when there's practically 2,000 and they're all and Bob himself still lives on his dreams to release the best of each other. Blue Ridge Media Suburban presents the program to America's public television stations, where more than 90% of the country can still watch Bob after the treatment is like 30-some odd years, what children can run it. There was a lot of pressure on us right after the loss of Bob to replace him with another teacher, and we tried to go. I think the smartest decision we ever made was not to replace Bob. Just
The thing I love most about TFO, yeah, I just love that.
This is my first attention. Like you've never seen before. Yeah. Then I want to see some pictures, get their faces painted. That's the art. Painting baby. I'll give you art here. Hello, guys. This is a real sheen.
Hard faces express thank you was a separate
Every way of water receives one disease. You probably want to see more than any other one that's held up. You don't get these sorts of things. You don't see the air. It's easier.
it's hard to run with. Something is really awful. It's just times that should be
This is the tight space for this already. That story of how is nothing to like closed. It is said that it is true. There are us constant shit. They recognize your shit from excellence protection, which is central tradition of 19th century. And his method of doing that is to sort of kill guns. Because of course that's what you do. Drugs receive the impression from the 60s and 70s. The problems of hospitals very much justice to reading text.
Why don't we go down to the center? See, what I'm talking about. Imagine there was a time when it just felt so good to do something that was possible replacing just felt like streaming days and shine. And back, like maybe in the 60s, that's what it sort of consisted of. Watching piles of steel brochures from companies and what shapes out photographs of his Squash and unforgiving simplified elements. Suspension points escalate. Whether you're visually confident down there, any questions on course time? Drink, home, simple.
Governments and corporations love to develop benefits. On one hand, it's neutral and efficient, but also it's small disadvantages that decompress human. That is a quality they all want to convey. Of course, they want to image their own body that they are vegetarian, their product, their self-image. So instead, by using that method, they can come off seeming more accessible, transparent, to all buzzwords. Corporations and governments are supposed to be intimate. Now, they don't have to be accessible, accountable, and transparent, but they can look that way. Our tax force, the IRS, there's someone who wants to live
situations too long for membership.
America has almost like a perfect balance of Christian like and that perfect balance is sort of saying to us, I'm sorry, it is saying to us, don't worry, any of the problems you have in other parts of the world, parts of the separate, any of that, solve on this world topics. I hadn't dawned on me
I have no formal training in it. I said everything, all the things I wasn't supposed to do. Which is give that consent to me. So I didn't really upset. I didn't really understand what that. I just had many years later decided to explain to me. I spent a lot of time trying to organize things, and so I just took it all. So it's which I might have done, but it wasn't so. It wasn't much like It seemed to fit what I discussed in this article. I was taking exactly that's what the class one. It's why not to get exactly it's a bond. So it tells that you do that in this actual provided a lot of It's not fun. It's not a fun sound. It's the explosion. It's going to be the first day. It's not gross. In line, simple and clean, powerful, simple and clean, this is really what those It's not that we are against experimentation and success. It comes and decay and what we do is a sort of extension of that quality to the next time visit. To a lot of people, I would say that it's maybe it's important. So you want to use the time and somebody else uses but your faith is not exist because everybody sees your faith. What we want to see today is the generation of science use that it's not this way is a sort of appropriation of the style. In the 70s and 80s, this was dominated by late modernists. So I see this almost like other time. That's something really natural. It's not that I mean, a lot of people study in a computer, so I say that it's it's also funny and sometimes so today is a globalization, standardization, well, because I it's a lot of twist on it. I think that this much nationality is basically facing the taxes of some big developments of their stick production. And it's by the sort of argument of the basis of global
the shit. This athleticism. No, this is fucking athleticism. Now, this right here is really what I thought.
So it may very well be that when it comes to trying to describe the behavior, there's sort of a mystery. And depending on its perspective, one doesn't have any more questions than that swing. The final frame is simply a distribution of these functioning. Anyone who wants it,
Five guys go out home and CBS reports. Sing, beginning of get my life. When they try, that's the loneliness that department terrible. They have a prison. There's a prison records. That's what it's like.
that is what breakfast is. Why you real subject? It's different. You were always a child.
That is a phenomenal documentary on typeface. I enjoyed it immensely. How about you, kids? Really? I loved it. Really? Yes. Why? And maybe realize how much shit inside the stuff. Other shit I love it.
My name is Eldon Dedini. I'm a cartoonist. I wake up each morning and try to be fun as hell. Often you start, and I'm sure all cartoonists do that, they don't know where they're going. You just begin.
Eldon Dedini has made a career as a gag writer and cartoonist for some of America's most prominent magazines. Eldon's career spans 6 decades, including work at Universal Studios, Disney, The New Yorker, Esquire magazine, and Playboy. Eldon's life began in 1921. His early years were spent on his parents' ranch in King City, California. This is the story of one of America's greatest cartoonists, Eldon Dedini.
I was born in King City, which people often laugh at. They wonder how somebody came from King City and became a cartoonist. But I think it was darn good. And I was there maybe 3,000 people. And most of them from some ethnic group, Hispanic, Indian, Italian Swiss, Portuguese. I heard broken English, I think, all my life and didn't know it. They were all in the vegetable business, cattle business, rural agriculture. When the sun went down, we didn't have electric light. We had a lamp. And you'd sit around the fireplace or the lamp telling stories and jokes. My own family, we're in the saloon business. People around bars tell stories. My father filmed them down to the kids.
He was 3 or 4 when he began drawing. And his mother would give him paper tablets to draw on. And then I remember him telling me that at one point he was going through so much paper that she bought him a chalkboard. But I remember the ranch, siesta time, whatever. I had a notebook, and I'd look at cartoons, and I'd make up jokes, and I'd write them down. They had a ranch called the Indians, about 20 miles outside of Kansas. And they used to have the need for signs on fence posts and keep the gate closed. And he would draw those signs.
My grandfather had another ranch, the Wild Horse. I could step outside in the summer, look at the stars. My aunt used to say, "Don't sleep under the moon, you'll go crazy." They were very superstitious. My mother taught school, country school, Little Red School. Hers had 155,000 acres. And he bordered us. And he must have 30 or 40,000 cattle. And probably 5,000 registered bulls. Great big guys with numbers on their horns. They come up to our fence, not all 5,000, but 6 or 7 are already in trouble because they see our cows. They walk right through the fence. My father was much fixing the fence. Well, after the second time, he just opened the gate and we saw them. As a consequence, after 10, 12 years of this, our herd was as good as first. We had big, sturdy animals. Once in a while, I remember I spent 2 days picking onions. We'd raise a lot of onions and sell them for $1 a sack. Out in the hot sun with onions, oh, you smell like onions at the end of the day. Can't believe it. Sunburned and tired. And of course, I was drawing then. And so my brother, if there was a choice, I drew, and my brother got on a horse and did other things. But in school, because I could draw, classmates would say, "Draw something on my t-shirt." I used to wear sailor hats sometimes, print their name, draw from a picture. I couldn't do a caricature at that age, but I'd draw a dumb head and put their initials on it, and they were happy. Somewhere in freshman, sophomore, I discovered there is a career as a gag writer and cartoon. And I'm going to be that.
Art teacher, Leon, who was really a mentor toward my father.
It's like a father figure. He said, make a portfolio, go down to the local newspaper, the Salinas Index Journal and the Salinas Morning Post. Offer your services, you do cartoons for them, for nothing, for the experience. I learned 2 things. Make your deadline, listen to what the editors say, be as astute as you can, follow through, do it. Cartooning is self-taught. Anybody try to teach you cartooning is cliches. I mean, it's all right. I took a correspondence course. That's almost what you learn what not to do, because it's cookie cutter. And take, drawing, painting, learn, because you adapted into cartooning. That's how I think my style resulted, looking at Bellini, Giorgione, Bruegel, Dome, Goya. That's where you learn. I was drafted, and I have a heartburn. We were in San Francisco, standing around naked all day, and they said, "You're excused. Join the Merchant Marine." Well, that I got to Chenard instead.
In 1942, Eldon set his sights on Hollywood. He moved to Los Angeles to attend Chenard Art Institute. There he met two women who would be with him for the rest of his life. His future wife, Virginia Conroy, and her sister, Pat Carey.
Do you have any questions to ask me, Anson?
He's going to take you in another room where you can confess everything.
That'd be very dramatic, isn't it?
Don't tell any lies. I became a janitor and got free tuition. And Virginia was a librarian. She worked for her tuition. So at the end of the day, I would sweep the library, and she was still there, and I talked to her. But I actually was conscious of her in the life drawing class, and I noticed that Virginia, or whoever this was, that girl could draw, and she could. Well, so I know I always put my easel just behind her so I could watch her drawing.
He always says he just saw something in her work and saw the creativity and the capability in her art that he'd seen a lot of other people doing art. You look over your shoulder in art class, and he had not seen anyone whose work was that purposeful and had meaning and power.
Well, that's what brought them together, and that's what made success out of their marriage. And they have had a lot of quarrels, a lot of yowling and yelling at each other, but basically together forever. They belong together.
You like Virginia, like Pat, they're all trained in drawing first. Los Angeles was the drawing center to the California. And a lot of times in the United States, they always start with Los Angeles in their generation as being artists.
Graphics is my joy. I love to draw. I got into pen and ink and pencils and cross hatching. My brother-in-law was into cartooning. My sister she wanted to do. I wanted to show human emotions. I think that's the most important thing we have. And it comes out in the faces of people. And people have 1,000 expressions a minute in their mouth.
When I met Pat, her sister, which was haunted my whole life, and probably improved it.
Well, he has a very sarcastic, witty tongue, which goes well. And sometimes it can become quite negative. But most of the time, since he was married and I was divorced and all that, he's helped me 100,000 ways, for which I'm profoundly grateful. He's my brother-in-law, but my brother, really a brother. I think that secretly in his heart, Eldon has always admired the fine artist. It's supposed to be superior. And Virginia has always admired the cartoonist in Eldon because she wanted to be one at one time. So they admired each other and they blended their talents together. And that was quite encouraging. It was very unusual to have that. So I was impressed with his drawing. He liked my drawings. We liked to see art. We would go and see art in museums, and there was a camaraderie there. He was a man, I was a woman.
I don't believe my parents really got together so much for love as they did truly for their love of art. And it turned into a respect for one another's art. Always that true respect. And it's, in the 70s, I remember sitting down at breakfast in the morning, and even after I went off to school, they would sit there and they would talk about what his art what he was doing in his art, and she'd look at his cartoons and they'd discuss reasons for something. She'd ask questions. And almost the same sort of thing occurred with her art. She would come home after a very difficult day, at her studio, and she'd been doing paintings and something wasn't right. Just frustration in her voice. What do I do about this? What do you think? And it was always that back and forth.
I lived with Virginia and Eldon during high school in the mid-70s.
Every morning, Virginia would critique his cartoons. He was up at 4 in the morning, listening to KGO, drawing, doing his gags.
I put it by her breakfast plate. We're going to get through breakfast. Go through them, make 2 piles. Funny pile, dumb pile. We won't discuss it, but just do it. And I'd look quietly at the day. I'd say, what didn't you like about this one? Might have been my favorite if it was wrong.
Oh, Virginia, God, this is the way it went. His face, eyebrows, and what are you talking about? And all that. And Virginia with her big wide mouth, kind of like this, screaming at him. And, her voice is piercing.
Oh, it's one of that kind of event to watch. It's kind of good. And you look at the women that it was. Tell me they're not. They are. You know who they are when you
People always ask, do you copy your wife? I said, no. There's something about Virginia, her big eyes. I've told people that I never really drew Virginia, but I was drawing her before I met her. The cartoon, so when I met her, I married her. The Muslim world, Iraqi and Iranian was on my mind, especially these Perkins. And then the modern Iraqi Iranian person. So the gag, this is the way I rough it to send to Playboy or the New Yorker. This woman is talking. I think it's the freedom of thrusting your hips forward. Okay, when they okay it, I get letters like this from Hefner and Michelle Urey. I think Michelle makes kind of a preliminary cut. She's a dynamite it, and it's finalized. She writes with, okay, the HMH, make the girls prettier. I kind of blew that up with a Xerox, and that's it. See, this is Archie's 300-pound paper. Really sturdy. I marked the dimensions of the page Playboy. I just put that there, and I traced it in light pencil. Then I can paint without having to redraw. Well, I'm always redrawing, finding. But you got to think composition and painting and all the problems. Get the composition, then you can paint a light heart and make it work. I used to use totally Windsor watercolor, but with cartoons, you have to make corrections. I use acrylic now, and I still use both. The Windsor Newton has wonderful flow. You can make flows with acrylic, but the opaqueness, you can correct areas and make it look flow. No, you can't use oil because it's got to dry in the middle. Sometimes yesterday. Before you get to the drawing, the painting, you got to have a gag. It's got to be funny. You don't just sit and wait for a laugh. You get a subject. You have to have a point of view on it. Take a position. And with cartooning, most positions are negative. You can't be funny about crazy things. What's funny? What's funny is you take something that's real, you flip it, and you make it more real, or you make a cliche that's become stupid. What's that message underneath? You find the laugh, and you doodle. Just doodle until you get it. Cartooning, as in writing, I think is revision. Revision is everything. You read a newspaper, something, take a line, just take the line verbatim. And even after you get everything, you write the line sometimes 20, 30 times. One word doesn't quite have the flow, but another one can just make it explode. Now we're dealing with another religion and that we're cautious. 100 people bombed in a restaurant. Yeah, make a joke. I don't know. After 9/11, I tried moolah jokes. That stuff. Yeah. But that's difficult. It's how that philosophy affects the daily life of people in the modern world of how it's going. Who's got to adapt? From a cartoonist standpoint, how does it affect these people? Like we hear of Iranian women who want to have personal freedom. And I've been told by an airline pilot, they get on the plane with traditional garb and they get off the plane in miniskirt and lipstick. There's the area for the humor. When I left Chouinard Art Institute, I needed a job. I had taken a course in set decoration, storyboard, set drawing, camera angle, and after 2 months, the whole studio went on strike. Hollywood was in a big turmoil. Then I still needed a job, so I went to Disney. Luckily, they took me in the story department, and I worked 2.5 years for
He was a young, essentially country person in Los Angeles, in the midst of a time when animation and Disney experience was happening. It was a big deal to him.
What I had started when I was in art school was accumulating. And after 2 years, when I was at Disney, I got a phone call from Dave Smart, the publisher. He said, if I know you're at Disney, so if I double your salary, would you come with us as a gag man and a cartoonist? And I said immediately. When Esquire came out, it was something. It was like a full-page color cartoon. They were adult. That's why I never could sell colliers. It was always home life, domestic, husbands, dumb husbands, new wives, kids. I don't know. I didn't relate to that.
It started with the New Yorker, and his cartoons were evolving, becoming more mature.
It was the publisher, Dave Smart, said, you ought to try the New Yorker. He said, I think you could sell it. So on his instigation, I thought the New Yorker was, so far above me in paradise, I couldn't believe it. But, after about 3 submissions, I sold them. I thought it was through. And I didn't send for about 8 months. And I got a note from James Garrett. He said, after we bought one of your drawings, we thought the least you could do was to keep contributing. I almost blushed to myself. And I've been sending ever since. 55 years. New Yorker saw that I wasn't a one-joke person. I may have a lot of bad jokes, but if you stick around, you're going to get a good one.
It's an everyday act of doing it that secures its place in the history of cartooning. I watch my students, the first thing I tell them is, you're not going to make a masterpiece. The leaf isn't waiting for you. Just get on with your work and do it. And something happens, it happens. And for Eldon, these things aren't questions. These things are not even there. He's going to get up and be funny. He's going to draw the roughs, send the roughs out, accepted or not accepted. The accepted ones, he's got to get the finished product. It's a job, and he does it.
One time in the 70s, somebody came to the house and they pointed out to me, boy, he subscribes to a lot of things. And I counted them up, and there were 26 different publications that came into that house.
How many magazines can you get in a house? How much information can you put into your head? You have those tags come out. So you got to feed the brain with not that it's constantly feeding his brain. It files, and that's the file that's got to come.
My father has a filing system that works for him. You name it, there's a file for it.
I'd read subjects that I know nothing about and often get an idea out of it. You read between the lines, it all comes down to humanity, suffering, the irony of people, the stupidity of them. You can find it on any page of any magazine, newspaper. Just be open to the subject and what their concerns are. You know, I'm not one to psychoanalyze myself and deconstruct everything and ruin it. I've often said I don't know how I became a cartoonist or had a sense of humor. I always felt if I analyzed it too far, I might lose it. If you want wrong answers, you start thinking.
He began in the 40s going to little dive clubs in Los Angeles where there were musicians, African Americans who played jazz. And when he came to Monterey, that was continuing because the Monterey Jazz Festival was beginning. After that, he would invite people to our house. You'd have black, white, all these different people that would come in to hear their viewpoint of it, their take on life, and to begin to incorporate that into your own world.
Turk Murphy was in the band. Bob Scobie. All the Dawn Club. Oh, I thought that was wonderful. Then we went to Blackhawk. Miles Davis played. Oscar Peterson, Dave Brubeck, Jerry Mulligan. Yeah, Mulligan was around San Francisco. Fantasy Records.
I think we Duke Ellington.
So he went up and he introduced himself, get some pictures, fine. And he said, Eldon here does a lot of jazz cartoons, which I did. He said, he did one on your band, which I did. He said, he appeared in Colliers. And Ellington kind of looked, he reached in his wallet. He takes out, you know how people sit on their wallet and everything gets kind of stuck to these. And then he took out a piece of paper and unfolded. Here's my cartoon. That's like coming full circle. You do things, but you never know what happens. Man, here's a guy that not only saw it, put it in his pocket and saved it.
Ed Ricketts, made famous by John Steinbeck's novel Cannery Row, owned a shack called the Pacific Biological Laboratory.
In 1948, Doc Ricketts put out a beer for beer one evening and the train hit him. Cannery Row. And shortly, Harlan Watkins came down from San Francisco. He taught English literature and world literature, and so he knew Steinbeck and the whole thing. Saw the place was vacant, got the place for $40 a month to live.
The lab is on what's now known as Cannery Row. And it was started by a group of guys, all prominent, all of them, I think maybe 20 or 25 guys, dentists, doctors, you know, and they all love jazz.
We incorporated under Doc Ricketts' name, Pacific Biological Laboratory.
They all love to discuss, you know.
I learned more of this far than any place in the world. The other two cartoonists were Gus Ariola, Gordo, and Big Catch, Dennis the Menace.
Great musicians and jazz artists. We'd sit there until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning drinking straight bourbon, whiskey, playing.
Well, Earl Father Hines, Percy Heath, they played at the festival. And then many of the members here were on the board, and they say, you know, I got nothing to come down, have a good time. Oh, Phil Woods, kind of a hipster, popster, he never went home. He and I sat here, he was involved with whatever, he was fine around 4 o'clock. He went out the door and I saw him go up the street. He still had a glass in his hand, he was horn, walking up in the night.
the lab really served as a meeting point for a whole bunch of people. Again, through the Jazz Times, Monterey Pop Festival, all sorts of different people coming to the lab after he played. Just like a bar, they have paint glasses, tea glasses, margarita glasses, white wine glasses, red wine glasses, highballs, whatever it might have been. It was all there. I remember going through in the bathroom of the lab was this funky old mirror cabinet, but there were all these different old apothecary jars and bottles that had handwritten labels on them, small to medium-sized to horse-sized pills, and they would say light hangover, medium hangover, heavy hangover.
They had fun times for a long time. Good music, good living, good food. But he is the guy. The guy who is always making everything happen.
Well, a few years ago, we gave the building to the city of Monterey. And we've got 15 years more to come here Wednesdays, and we've got a 5-year extension. So 2013, we better all we did, or we can't come. That was a Christmas show. Cable car. The best electrical kids are talking here. The people got packages. The best Christmas present I can get is my parents renewing their marriage contract. That appeared in Playboy. Quite a plea for parents to stay together. Oh, I was like this. It's a big scene. They're dressed in Dickensian times. What we have here is gluttony and abstinence, ribaldry and prayer, obscenities and solemn ceremonies, dancing, screwing around, and saintliness. All in all, Christmas works. Italian art, the religious painting, Michelangelo, Tintoretto, Giorgione. I've learned as much. I just love it. The cathedrals in Italy and France. I've often thought if I lived then, I'd love to be up on a ceiling on my back painted. Those pictures were painted for people who could not read and write. They were sending a message. That's what cartooning is, sending a message. How the message is sent, the composition, the dramaticness of it. When you get into the Impressionists, they broke up color and it's the mood and all that. No, they put Mary there in a red dress. The other guy's got a blue cloak. It's comic strip. Just bang that color. Keep it simple. He's talking about a drink here. It's a naive Hanshu sake without any real pizzazz, but you'd be amused by its transcendentalism. ¿Qué pasa, Hideki? You used to be a hoot. I got Spanish in there. English. Sounds funny. It sounds funny to me. Now I remember you. You got a C- in Kama Sutra. $1960, Playboy. Hector kept writing me notes because that's what he said in the letter. I knew you worked for Esquire. I'd like to look up.
For decades, it was always the virtual active folder. But I could always pick up a Playboy, or my friends would come over who were 10 years old and pick up a Playboy. But they'd immediately turn to better pages.
You sit and you're watching him, and yet you look down in his intensive drawing room, you look down and there are stacks of Playboy magazines. It's trippy to watch this serious person, this very strong Swiss Italian, drawing cartoons that are funny and sexual.
Doing boy-girl jokes for, 15 years with Esquire, and then you're starting with Playboy. It's endless, and it's like you're doing the same joke all the time. So, I went back in history, and you get satyrs, the Greek myths. They're ideal. They're an equivalent for the businessman or the playboy bachelor or whoever is chasing these girls. They did it professionally, satyrs. And nymphs, to me, had a certain weight to them. And Rubens and all that. I think there's more humor in a plump girl than there is in a sylph type. You don't laugh at one like that. And I don't want to be laughing at stout girls, but I think plump girls are humorous. In real life, they're more apt to be. You get a Vogue model, I don't think she'll ever be funny. There's none of those pile-ups of Japanese people. People are talking. Very happy workshop tonight. All have found G-spot. Even Mrs. Yamato.
I mean, he looked the part, but he wasn't. That what do you call that type of guy? Like, he wasn't doing it, and he never did it.
Well, it doesn't come from real life. No, it's observation. No, I was very conservative. All my friends are out screwing around, you might say. But I certainly wasn't. No. Yeah, open and shut right there.
The finish came back that had been accepted by Playboy, and there was a note attached to it by Hugh Hef that said, great job. Your drawing is getting better and better every year. And I remember the look on his face when I saw those words from him, and it was just true. This is what I need to see. I just need to see this. So that's why, even though here he is 84 and he's been doing all these Playboys, that's why you can still get satisfaction out of that. Not only to be viable as to still be employed in your 80s, doing what you love to do, but you get recognition.
You observe, but you hope to hell you're making a point out there. No, that really is the target. I don't sit around and say, I am an observer. What is my observation? Does it mean anything? And I might say most cartoons don't mean anything, but the ones that you hit are very satisfying. When you look at the history of the world, it's always going to be illustrated with something. And many times it's a cartoon. A lot of those Soviet jokes I did come out in textbooks. Who's commenting on it? Just a cartoonist. And he comments on it concisely. Other people wrote about it, but they, 2,000 words. Probably read then and never again, only by a historian. And then he may find a cartoon that says it all in one line or one picture with no words. Soviet government, man, they almost wrote their own humor. I was going to do a Lenin book, and then the wall came down. Lenin Marxist. And I was probably one of the few disappointed people. It was over. Stalin was mean and terrible. And by the time it gets to Malenkov, Khrushchev, the inherent humor of their dictating to human beings, they said they invented everything. Remember, they invented everything. Telephone, telegraph, automobile. So I did this drawing in Soviet school, and big picture of Lenin. I love to put Lenin in the background. And he said, as you all know, jazz came up to dawn from Rostov. But here's a store in Moscow that says on the wall, just like we do here. Moscow, Leningrad, Palm Beach. Branches.
No, an uncle that some people never could understand. Gleb had escaped Russia in 1916, revolution, and traveled across China and made his way to America.
My Uncle Gleb, he was my source, how to spell Russian names if I needed a sign in the background or perspective.
In the 50s, when the Cold War was starting and you had the Cuban Missile Crisis in the 60s, he would always go to Gleb and make sure that the Russian characters he was putting down in the cartoon were correct, to the letter. He wanted to make sure that it was true. He was also doing a variety of other things. There were ads for cocktail mixes for drinks. It was ads for the beer, just all sorts of little things. He was constantly moving in different directions.
I did a lot of things. Pharmaceutical ads, mattress, Mutual of Omaha, Scrabble. I can't remember toilet paper, but it could have been in there. I remember once I refused. This copy is all lined up. You just fill in the illustration. It was on a deodorant, and it was the most distasteful thing I ever saw. I said, I refuse to do that. And they couldn't understand it. Well, I didn't feel I was an advertising artist. I was doing the other. That underarm smell, and it just didn't. I got to sign my name to that drawing. Sticky ad. I don't know. I'm not against deodorants, but there's a better way to do the thing. I thought maybe I was on a high horse that week, and maybe I had a lot of money there.
In the early 60s, my father was working for the New Yorker. Many people in situations looked like Jack Kennedy. And so he drew a cartoon depicting two ladies looking at the Sphinx on a tour of Egypt. And the Sphinx had a distinct look of Jackie Kennedy. My father received a telegram from the secretary to Jackie and asking if the cartoon might be for sale. The response my father gave was, no, the cartoon isn't for sale, but I would give it to you if you'd like.
Many years later, when Jackie died, there was an auction in New York. Two women went. These two women went to school with her. One of them lived in Paris, the other lived in St. Lucia, and they used to visit her. And it was in the library. And they always loved it. They bid on it and got it. What makes me sad now is I'm old so fast. It's over with. It's not over, but I mean, yeah, that kind of, I'd like to be around, do more, see what happens, but then I also know my life is lived. Be thankful for a good life, and I honestly say, a good life. You sit around being sad, well, get up each morning, I hope I can drink wine again, be happy. If you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be? I'd say oak. I grew up in Oaks. That's what southern Monterey County Some beautiful trees. You know? Yeah. But I remember on the ranch, the big oak tree over blacksmith's implement shop. When oaks get old, they really spread those limbs. Some of them, the limbs just disappear. The trunk disappears. And during the hot summer, limbs, when it got really hot, got 106 of them. And would crack. They crack off. It's just about heat. Old. And it just dropped suddenly. Anything underneath, man, had it. And that oak over this building cracked one day on a hot day. Man, we walked around. We never walked under for weeks. My father couldn't stand it anymore because he had implements in the shed. He had to go in. So we put a stick of dynamite, a ladder up on the other side, wood holes in, dynamite in, blow them. So we did. Nothing happened. The lift's still there. Now we felt in worse trouble. When is it going to go? Weeks we did around it. Then one night, the ranch house was quite a ways away. We heard woke us up. We all felt relief. The ranch. Okay, my story, folks, you know.
It's 1610. Michelangelo Luisi da Caravaggio is on the run again. No stranger to trouble, this artist's tangled with law most of his life.
It's still make a decision on price on that, but the real question for me is,
This time,
when you actually know this thing is going to be crazy amount of money, and are you prepared to make that
his
investment?
atrocities alive or dead.
Yep.
So he does
Obviously, definitely an investment that you have to consider.
He tries to
Already for everything that comes with an electric vehicle, because also the batteries are expensive. The couple would have access to the batteries. So you gotta know all the things that you need to know before you get into that electric vehicle game.
why
Jeff,
doesn't Caravaggio cast himself as the hero dude? Why does he paint himself as the villain of the piece, the monster?
A couple odds that make him look ahead.
Maybe he hopes that by making this guilty plea paint,
That'll
he
be your bad.
spared.
Hey, I'm on the
He hopes by offering his head in a painting, he can save himself a life.
This is what happened when the baby was in. Nah, this is what happened. I'm just talking about just people say they don't need that. That's what it is. I don't need that. That's how this came about. I eat the bugs. We like to have some cool. You're not supposed to say that out loud. You're not supposed to spread the trade. You're not promote not eating ass. That's not supposed to say that out loud. Yeah, you're not supposed to promote not eating ass. What the hell is that? Come on.
Rome, 1600. The center of the greatest
Gadfly.
that's what happens. You don't have the map because you've had COVID a couple times, so you're good to go. So we really need to do better. It's quite an uphill battle. And I don't know. I just have to keep doing what I'm doing. Family has been a big disappointment, especially my husband's side, because they're geographically close, so they don't understand. But a few years ago, I was in classes with one of my singing students in podcast. And the educator had the nerve to ask me about my mask. If my student hadn't been next to me, I would have gone off on it. But I had to be cordial and polite because of the situation.
Catholics shot back. What about the millions who can't read? Don't they deserve to be saved? Should the poor have a vision of the sacrifice of the Saviour, the life of the Virgin? In the Catholic churches, War for Souls paintings were not art objects. They were the heavy artillery. So churches were repaired, others newly built, all lavishly decorated with paintings. The paintings responsible for defending the Catholic faith. But away from the Vatican, outside the gorgeously decorated, high-walled palaces of the aristocratic cardinals, there was a very different Rome. The Rome of a sweaty, yelling crowd, 100,000 of them jostling in the markets and the piazzas. The Rome of sour wine, old guard, street urchins, shifty part-time soldiers who cut your purse or your throat just as soon as look at you. The Rome of beggars, buskers, tumblers, quacks, and whores. Thousands of them working away in your tachio, the evil Eden down by the river Tiber. This was Caravaggio's Rome. Cheap rooms and drunken nights with other perpetually broke painters, living on their wits, shady credit, up for brother, always on the fly. Their mottos that crowd the streets: nec spe, nec netu, without hope, without fear.
Show us your eyes.
Of course, he wasn't born a thug, just a boy from small-town Lombardy, the small town of Caravaggio. His father looked after the house and the land of a local aristocrat, respectable, not poor, not rich. But plague was the enemy of expectations, even small ones, and it killed off Caravaggio's father and his grandpa on the same day when he was just 5. When he was 19, his mother died, so the children sold up and got out. He put in some time as an apprentice in Milan, but anyone who had real talent went to Rome. Caravaggio had arrived in 1593 and had been promptly told what he was supposed to do if he was ever to become a great artist. First, draw old sculpture. Plenty of that lying around. Second, take yourself off to the old masters, Raphael perhaps, be humbled, copy, and learn. What you get at the end of it all is the point of art, an idea of the perfect form and ideal beauty. If you could make those celestial mysteries visible using your own brushes, then you'd be ready to convey that vision of perfection where it counted in the war for souls. Oh yeah, Caravaggio didn't think so. Visions of paradise, how do you about that? What he knew was right in front of his nose, down here on Earth, in the studio, the here and now, that was his eye. Drawing, you need it. Caravaggio never drew a thing in his life. He just looked, eyeballed, and then he painted. When someone asked him what he was going to do for models, he pointed at the stream. Then he said, "It was them in the studio." The rough fullness of Caravaggia's voyage of basket fruit was a long way from the refined beauty of his race masters. From the start, he wasn't going to do things the way they were supposed to be. Here's Caravaggio's response, a slavish copy of classics. His painting of himself as Bacchus, god of wine. Now bear in mind, Bacchus isn't simply god of virtues, he's also the symbol of youth and beauty, the inspirer of poetry, song, and painting. And this is what Caravaggio does. Instead of eternal youth, he gives us something like the exact opposite. Someone who's really sick. The flesh is greenish, the lips are grey, the eyes unslept, the mouth curled into a beard. Instead of taking a human form and making it into a god, he takes the god, makes it all too human. The overdressed party animal is more than
we're going to see, a few pipelines of gaming in Web3, because, it all kind of started with GameFi, which I think is important to distinguish the difference in language. I don't think GameFi means building a game on Web3. I think GameFi is having a game that is DeFi focused, finance focused, and as a gamer, that's not what I see as the focus of gaming succeeding in the blockchain space personally. But now we're starting to see more of this hybrid of either on-chain games, which is where account abstraction will be important from a technology side, because you don't want the gamers to have to interact with their wallet more than just when they first start. Maybe you have to sign up and give permission to the smart contracts, but beyond that, you want it to all be behind the scenes. So we're starting to see a bit of that, but it's still quite early. We've seen a few games on Arbitrum starting to do that, specifically on Arbitrum Nova, which definitely caters to more on-chain gaming, where Arbitrum 1 has been home to more of the traditional idea of gaming, where it's almost just a basic game, but there are elements that leverage Web3, like having assets that you can take out of the game to then sell or buy, items and assets and then onboard them into the game, which is what most people would be familiar with, which is just leveraging that idea of asset autonomy.
And paintings. Del Monte of the Blazing Eye is the biggest player on the art market.
Because these are assets that
at the lost road, Cardinal sees something that takes his fancy. Card shards. Del Monte takes in the brilliant colour, jokey action, the wink-wink nudge-nudges. Better still, he feels the presence of his people. rosy-cheeked kid's sucker, and the cool bravo about to take him down, as if they were right in front of him. Cardinal buys his painting, song, then makes Caravaggio an offer. Confused. Why don't you move to the plaza? Bed, board, smartest company in Rome, poets, philosophers. Terrific kitchen idea, never a dull moment. And music. You do like music, don't you? Caravaggio wrote music, all right. And here he is, in the back of this tight little group, holding the corner. Do we need Cupid on the left to let us know it's love songs that are their thing? Don't think so. The lead singer is crying his eyes out. He's just tuning on. Now, there are lots of paintings of young boys with never anything quite like this. Nothing this close up. Nothing this fleshy and so close to us. It's like, oh yes, for you, it's in the closet. Excuse me, so sorry, don't mean to intrude. Oh no, come on in, darling. Pull up a cushion. Join us. Just rehearsing. The claustrophobia has a point, and it's not erotic. What he's doing is demolishing the safety barrier between the viewer and the painting. Caravaggio's art crashes the safety barrier of the frame. It tears away the separation. It reaches you. It was one thing painting pretty boys for Del Monte. It was quite another painting for the great churches. But in 1599, Caravaggio won the commission to paint two scenes from the life of St. Matthew, the Conterelli in the church of San Luigi. It would be a test of whether he could make a new kind of art for the public in a place that really counted. Whether he could move them to faith and salvation. But the martyrdom of Matthew, the showpiece for the chapel, turned into a massive headache. The commission called for big architectural settings. The martyr with his eyes rolled to heaven, cast of hundreds, angels on clouds. Now, Caravaggio knew he didn't want any part of that. He didn't know what to do instead. Blocked, he turned to the sea for the other wall. Somehow, when he thought about calling it Matthew, the night went on. Why? Because it was about a sinner, not a saint. What do you mean?
Hey, what did I mean? I've been here for an hour, come on. Like, we didn't, because we fucking onboarding motherfuckers here at 20%. We all got a bed, but a lot of people don't. So, like, let's get to the next mover, and the next one that's still to hit $1 billion market cap. It's fucking dope. Most obvious play in the world. Just go down, you go down, you're like, okay, what's the next version of a tournament? Oh, it's so instead of setting the token, it's a shitcoin on top of a fucking shitcoin. It's so fucking stupid, it makes so much sense. And that's why I've been pounding the fucking table for the past 2 weeks to get them involved. I see this momentum, and like, the more and more, you know, great ass is crazy. The stats for Viva, Viva just makes the gas are get out of hand. No one's going to participate in the shit. Like, when I transmitted and bought my token, it's so happy to confirm. Like, there's not a lot of activity, so I feel like if we're gonna play shitcoin, and we're gonna play Ordinals or Dogecoin, I feel like
deadly version of
This version of it is a lot easier because there's a less log.
For this instant of redemptive transformation, Caravaggio had another stunning idea.
You know, I got time. I got more time than money right now. So,
Less
you know,
specific,
I really ain't got that much time.
concentrate on that extended finger. And through that finger comes a bolt of radiance that changes Matthew the sinner into Christ's disciple. It's all about the light. The light that's too pure and too strong for the spiritually short-sighted, the old man with glasses and cash to receive. Now, if you think this sounds a bit like the theatre or the movies, well, you're absolutely right. What Caravaggio wanted was for people to come into the darkness in this space and suddenly find themselves in the presence not of a painting at all, but a real event. See his.
The me, right? Like that's like what do you think of that? Is that a reality that we think that you can do it to me? Or there was like a deal that was made because
Princess is in the house. What's going on, friend?
The morning of Matthew finished, Caravaggio returned to the painting for another.
Oh my god, you both sound horrible. You and
Its problem gone. His stress
Oh my god.
its celebrity.
Instead, my headphones have to be
You guys have to be obnoxious. Like, you have to be out there.
Yo, I used to host full on stage to fucking airport though.
You should just say, like, yo, we work for an obnoxious figures, so, like,
out of control.
don't take it out on us. It's required.
I had contracts every big video. I saw how uninterested it was, how rich it was.
It's all
Alright, Nicky, can you stop talking? Because, like, I hear, like, 13 people. You sound like you're all stuck in a bathroom and you're talking
flooded it, so you can't listen or make it assassin.
Shout out to the, like I said, the entire team going out. Caravaggio
Makes
Miami. Hope you guys have a safe flight. Obviously, of course. On board. Get there and just have a fucking fantastic day today. Seriously, you guys deserve it.
It's all mixed up. The painter ran out there. Yes.
I think people don't understand, like, Art Basel is not a, like, it's not an NFT event. It makes up like 3 to 4% of whatever Art Basel is. So it's kind of cool to see, like, a bunch of people get together from all industries and mix it up. You know, talk about art. It's a pretty cool scene out there. I really want to get big up here. I don't know why the fuck he's being so shy here. Like, Big, we can't get this show started without you going ahead and talking about the traffic water. Big.
yeah, good morning.
No. Give me a fucking year. Like, what the fuck?
I was trying to say good morning to you, bro. Let me fucking talk, bro. Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's time for Tuesday. No fucking channel lighting up. Let's get right to it, baby. It's a chilly one today in New York City. So chilly, the Statue of Liberty wearing a warm cross and a coat with 143. The sun playing peekaboo. Low 37 tonight. Long Island 42 and plus. New Jersey, high of 44 and plus. My people in Miami, one coming to the park. Capital Town, West. My people in the West California, where it's sunny. Straight 4, 5, 6. You're in the bumper Tuesday, baby. Corbin Party Parkway. For the turtle. Keep going. I get better to avoid that shit. I won't cut it.
He gets himself up in a fancy black outfit, and then
Let me turn off the music.
What?
and there's his
Because,
dog.
like, you're on, I don't know what mobile carrier.
On legs.
You're fucking, like, I put on your theme music, and, like, you start cutting out. Like, I have no clue if there's bumper-to-bumper traffic on the B28 today.
There is. I don't know what's going on. I don't have my headphones on today, so maybe that might be a problem. But when I lost you, you want to start again, baby? Let's do it again. I'm feeling good.
Just do it. Go for it.
Yeah, happy Tuesday, my friends. Taco Tuesday. It's a chilly one today in New York City. It's so chilly. The Statue of Liberty is wearing a warm scarf and her coat with a high of 43. So I'm playing peekaboo. High, low 37. Long Island 42 and cloudy. New Jersey 44 and cloudy. My people's in Miami 81 cloudy, humid. Make sure you have a little towel to keep your sweat off. My people's in California 84 and sunny. Train delays 4, 5, and 6. You already know, bumper Tuesdays, baby. Horace Hardy Parkway and the standstill with the major exit. Where's the highway calling like a turtle? B3, you already know, avoid that shit. Get on the train, get on the bike and train. You already know it's bumper, not moving. Lincoln Tunnel, keep up, moving smooth. Cross Bronx, about a 15-minute to exit 4. Now you're traveling today? There's no traffic to the Guardia JFK. Mi gente, ¿cómo se siente? Feliz martes. Usted come está con coño. Está tan frío. Tato se puso su bufanda y su jacket. Con alta de 43, el sol jugando pico. Baja de 37 esta noche. Long Island 42, nublado. Jersey 44, nublado. Mi gente en Miami 81, nublado. Mucha humedad. Hay ahorita para el sudor. Mi gente en California 84 soleado. Los trenes estamos atrasados 4, 5 y 6. Ustedes saben, el famoso bumper Marte. El Horace Hardy Parkway no se está moviendo hasta la salida Main Street Exit. El West Side Highway como Tortuga, mi gente. El Big Street, ustedes saben ya. Váyanse por otro lado, pues viendo no se mueve. Bumper. El Lincoln Tunnel, George Washington, suavecito, mi gente. El Bronx. 15 minutos la salida 4. Si están viajando hoy, no hay tráfico con la Guardia JFK. Stay traffic, my friends. Your boy Big Safe. I'll see you Friday in our faces, motherfuckers.
Yeah. I don't think they should play music for you anymore.
Hey, baby, I'm feeling great. I don't care about the music. I just want to get it going. Let's go, man.
How great do you feel?
I feel great. I'm ready to fucking tell my boss on it.
Say it.
You suck on it, bro. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm on the breakdown right now, motherfucker.
I think am I a bad influence? Because
you know, it's New York and us, bro. You know how we roll us with it.
Nah. Because when we first met, you were like very nice, like, hey, this is big, my name is big, love to, I love crypto, I love my NFTs, I love this room. And now Big's like, yo, fuck your business, you're playing West Side, we're not rock. Yo, I swear to God, that's how I feel. Big is turned into like, shout out to Big. I love Big.
Shout out to my brother. I love you. I always been with you, brother. Let's fucking go, baby. Doc Candles for everybody. And whoever's in Miami, don't be a stranger, man. Your boy will be there Friday morning, quick in and out. So, yo, show some love, baby. I don't bite. You know, let's go.
You trying to have sex with somebody? Like,
nah, hey, I'm behaving out there. I'm behaving out there, baby. Come on, let's go.
I don't know the way you said it. I'm just saying. The way you said it. I'm just saying. Anyway,
I get it.
Big. Hey, it's okay. I didn't say that you're going to. I said it sounds like two different things. Big with the traffic and weather. Always appreciate it. And so do the viewers. Just know that everybody does appreciate it. They do. I get like text messages all the time. They're like, yo, I can't wait until the traffic. Yo, they go like, the best part of your show is the traffic and weather. Everything else sucks. And like, I'm not even offended. Not even offended. All right, so cool. We're done with that. As you guys know, everybody's going down to Miami to have a really good time. So yeah, a lot of fucking fun.
Instead of the usual crowd of all we have needed for the two old who've prodded eyes of their bare, calloused feet. Faced with this homage to filthy feet, some in the church may well have felt that Caravaggio had gone too far.
dreaded word indecent would crop up whenever his name was mentioned. Perhaps that's why Giovanni Baglioni, one of his imitators, got the plum job of painting the resurrection in the new Jesuit church, and Caravaggio didn't. Not long afterwards, the poet did the rounds of Rome's rougher taverns.
Giovanni Baglioni, you are a no. Your pictures are just adorable. I will not earn a brass font.
Not enough. Not to make pretty.
So you have to go around with your arse in the air. Awfully sorry, I won't be able to join in with a chorus of praise. But you are quite unworthy. Change words and a disgrace to painting. Yes.
Whether the verses were written by Caravaggio or one of his pals, we'll never know. Baglioni sues for libel, and Caravaggio was arrested and thrown in jail. The court record of the trial is the only time we know Caravaggio's words directly.
Poems? What poems?
So they read aloud to the whole court.
Are those poems? Right. Obviously an art critic.
Months went by, with Caravaggio still in jail. Then, finally, without a verdict, he's released to house arrest. If he leaves without written permission, he gets a stint of rubbing as a Catholic slave. Does this stop him in his tracks? Hardly.
5 hours after nightfall, Michelangelo Caravaggio, who was carrying this wooden dagger, was to bomb my mate. When I asked him if he had the license, he said yes, and presented it, so it was dismissed. I told him he could leave and said good night, sir, to which he replied, shove it up your arse. So I arrested him since after 1996. I was seized on the corner outside the church of St. because I had a sword and a dagger. I have no written license to carry a sword or a dagger. However, the governor of Rome had given verbal orders to the captain and the corporal to let me go. I have no other license.
Even his closest friends couldn't work out how the painter of religious marvels and the psycho could inhabit the same person.
We're having dinner in the tavern.
Across the room was
Michelangelo Caravaggio.
But he asked the waiter if the artichoke had been done in mother of oil.
What are them all being on the same plate?
Reasonable question.
I think he's done in oil on, Watson.
I don't know. Smelling us? Do you think it's talking to some sort of bomb?
Smell your attitude. What do you smell? Are you gutter? Eh? Smell it. Smell it. Smell it. Smell it yourself, eh? Smell it. Smell it.
Michelangelo somewhat remiss. And he says, "You have not mistaken, you damn cuckold. You think you're serving some sort of animal."
And he picked up the artichokes and he threw them at the waiter.
At no point did he take out his sword and threaten the waiter. Of course, Caravaggio doesn't just pick fights with people at restaurants. He is fighting tradition, with painting past and present.
Lands are commissioned for the Church of Santa Maria here in Trastevere, which should have been right up the street. One of the poorest areas of Rome. At its heart was the cult of the Virgin Mary, to whom the women of the district fervently prayed to cure the sick, make the barren fertile, and save the plague stricken. Who better than Caravaggio to paint the death of Mary?
According to Christian tradition, Mary's death wasn't a death at all, but a sleep before her ascent to heaven. Just as the conception and birth of her son had been a fleshless miracle, so her death was a fleshless event.
Well, Caravaggio didn't do fleshlessness, he did flesh. In this case, dead flesh.
That was the first thing the Carmelite sisters of the church noticed. His Mary was dead. Her skin was weak, her body bloated under a sweeping red dress. Once that appalling shock had registered, worse was brewed. The Caravaggio had taken a drowned whore from the pool and made her into the Madonna. For me, this picture is the most moving of any painted I've ever seen. Apostles brought to the deathbed, heads bowed in sorrow. Mary Magdalene crumpled with grief. Of course, if the Virgin was just having a nice sleeps prior to the lift of paradise, why should anyone be so distraught? The weight of grief here is measured by the sense of real death, its response not to immortality, but mortality. Wherever Mary is going, she's leaving our world, and that's reason enough to mourn. Not everyone saw it that way. And once they got over the shock, Carmelite sisters
because government is covering towns. That means in 10 years they have lost 60,000 jobs. Imagine how many schools we could have built, how many hospitals we could have built. We could have given jobs to at least 1 lakh persons.
It must have been
Not just
rejection, not a major.
And there will be questions like, who do we give to about that? Can we have answered? We have the answers. But as I said, Swaraj is my birthright. Swaraj of temples is definitely my birthright. It's my target credit. Yeah,
His life was about to spiral into a series of disastrous encounters.
Very well explained, sir. This is what we wanted to do. You give us an overview of the whole thing, then what's happening. Devaji, if you want to start with, I would like to
blameless Veda, a real
Yeah,
flesh
thank
and
you,
blood
thank you.
genius, much the most
Thank you very much, TRLabbi. And I'm so glad to see you
she
in our
also
studio
caught the
today.
eye of another woman, Mariana Pasqualoni. So Pasqualoni goes to see Lena's mama and says he's in love, wants to marry her, wants to make him a respectable woman of her. And oh, by the way, does she know what goes on in those long monologue sessions of Caravaggio's? Mama goes to see the painter. Doesn't take much to imagine what happens next. Honor besmirched, Caravaggio explodes in fury, wants to challenge Pasqualoni to a duel, but the coward won't wear a sword by day. There is a huge shouting match on the Corso. That night, Piazza Navona, Pasqualoni is attacked from behind. Blood, screams, victim miraculously still alive, assailant flees into the darkness. No one is in any doubt who he is. By late May 1606, this is just a homicide waiting to happen. It all falls into place on one of those hot and sleepless nights. Caravaggio has a lame fuse shouting match with Ranuccio Tomaselli. It wasn't good to rumble with Tomaselli, a local heavy who's also a famous swordsman. It's probably a row about a girl. Tomaselli, after all, picked many girls in this quarter. Caravaggio didn't like anyone much, threw their weight around. So, a duel is arranged down by the tennis courts on the Via della Scrofa. And you think, well, it's always going to turn out bad, wasn't it? Thomas then is taken to his house where he makes his final confession and bleeds to death. Wanted for murder, Caravaggio goes on the run. In his absence, he's sentenced to a bando capitale, with a price on his head. Literally. Show up with his head in a basket and you get a reward. Once again, his network of patrons and admirers rallies round to keep him afloat. Throughout the summer of 1606, they help him hide out, and in return, sick and sober by what he's done, Caravaggio makes his will. Paintings that help him on his way far beyond the jurisdiction of the state.
You think black people are something, and then the best of the best of yourself when you see what you were thinking. It's not. It's not the thing that it is. It's throughout all of your belief systems. Well, I thought they were beneath me. I thought they were better, less than me.
Here, in a city where cutting your
He's better.
And what's up about Caravaggio?
Damn, my brother has a better wife than I do.
His paintings of pity, tenderness.
Somebody mentioned this in the book. The thing that annoys them the most is just when they get walked into the room. Her IQ alone was a lot bigger than all of them. All of the royal family put together because they're a bunch of inbred individuals. They are a bunch of wicked, captive, campaign people.
I think that a lot of this globe trotting is to appeal to the British exceptionalism. I mean, that was one of the things that was so important during the days of empire, is that no matter how poor you were, you felt exclusive because you were part of the British Commonwealth family. And they lost a lot of that. And if they can just do that, it won't matter that, well, at least they don't think it will matter that the NHS is in the toilet. It won't matter.
Not to be a crusader against the Turks, that's for sure. But there was one thing that also Christian island that was the Mediterranean could give him, which Naples couldn't. Status, respect, and dining. One of his patrons makes the right noises and introduces Caravaggio to the Holy Order of the Knights of St. John, one of the most rich and powerful organizations in Europe. Coming a knight would mean not only honor and respect, but also a chance to wipe the bloody slate of his past clean. Now, normally being a convicted murderer would be an insurmountable obstacle to admission. Not for Caravaggio. On the 14th of July, 1608, the Maltese cross is put around the fugitive's shoulders, and he is officially proclaimed one of the greatest of painters, living or dead. In exchange for all this, Caravaggio undertook a painting for the Knights Cathedral. You have to imagine this place filled with rose and incense and echoing with deep, dark anthems.
The beheading of John the Baptist is the biggest thing Caravaggio had ever done. 17 feet long, filling the entire eastern wall of the oratory. It's movie screen sized. He wanted the knights to feel it not as a painting, but as a living drama going on right in front of them. No wonder it sends a shiver through us, this infamous butchery, taking place in a grim prison yard where the body of John the Baptist has been dragged to have his head hacked off. It's a scene by ruthless cruelty that tears your insides out and turns heart upside down. Art is supposed to be as beauty. You just look at that same selfie face, you will see Satan has gone entirely wrong. That perfectly right arm carries the golden arm into which the Baptist head the sovereign soldier, the embodiment of authority, is giving the order of atrocity. That perfect image is cold-blooded life. The action seems to go on forever, until, like that anguished old woman, all you can do is Caravaggio gives us death twice over.
I think it sounds
Death of John the Baptist,
I'm just curious if the team has any history in the cybersecurity space.
Yeah, definitely. So I myself was the CEO of an IT company where we managed residential and business computer services. Not only did we manage like their backups and their endpoints, but pretty much all the support. So coming out of cybersecurity for most of my life and transitioning into Web3 cybersecurity, it was like a blessing that I ran into Wally Guard at the time that I did. Everybody else on the team, they're from Fortune 500 companies. We've had people that have worked at Chase and their payment solutions branch. We have, half the developers. All you can check out our LinkedIn's. I mean, we're all doxed. We're real people, right? Like we go to every single conference that happens. We try to show face everywhere. We try to basically. Credentials are important, right? And like I said before, building trust in Web3 is insanely hard. Building in his
name and blood of John the Baptist. Only a guilt-stricken killer could possibly feel this desperately about wanting violence to stop.
You're on the road.
Only Caravaggio would want so badly for the blood of the martyr to wash away his.
What are you going to give it, Duncan?
Oh my god, I can't hear you, bro. I can see the caption. What are you gonna get at Duncan other than a cold brew?
Can you hear me or no? We can hear you. Yeah, you can't though. Yeah, you can go. The hell with that. Yeah. It's even going to get this done. Alright, let's go.
Now, what would be nice, wouldn't it, if that was the end of the story? Outlaw painter redeemed and knocking out masterpiece. Art changed forever, sin saved. In Caravaggio's case, salvation doesn't come that easily. The painter wants violence to stop, Archie goes control his own. Barely a month after he's been admitted to the Order of St. John, Caravaggio is imprisoned for assaulting a brother knight. But, incredibly, he manages to escape from his underground cell over the castle walls and into a boat which takes him to Sicily.
The knowledge that they know. Y'all, where do you think that the knowledge from
he returns to the safety of the Netherlands, but here his enemies finally catch up.
What is AI fact?
He's jumped,
This is all natural language.
his face and head slashed.
This is natural language processing. This is deep learning. This is like so as we create, I want to encourage people to do your research. We're researchers now. We are the creators. We are the directors. We are taking
And this is darkest moon, covering using which in from Rome.
There's nothing that we cannot do.
Is arranging a
You know what you can do?
so
You can
Caravaggio
pull that same
sets
book,
about
that same text with AI. Pull that. I don't charge you. Hey, guess who does? I almost said you were feet away. Y'all, but we're literally.
It's a self-portrait, unlike any painting before.
Usually, when artists looked in the mirror, they liked what they saw, and then the now are more old, whose features were ennobled by their calling.
There's another
virtue, beauty, and grace into the world. Now, Caravaggio,
I reflect on the lives of some of my friends
decapitated
here. Some of these historical figures, as an intelligent being, you do not have to experience everything.
Heading
You
from mountains,
can learn from others,
it's done by
and you may have experiences in your life. You can learn from others. Grow faster. So try to learn
this victory of
try to see people are in different situations. Count, if you have seen, as they say, the blessings you have. I'm breathing, I'm alive,
what his soul is inscribed,
and it goes on. Those moments where you say, I am here, I am now.
It's been fought out inside Caravaggio's head.
In my mind,
sides
washes away because
there's the devout, courageous David Caravaggio,
the next minute is not guaranteed to be Goliath. So enjoy this minute you have.
I know who I have been.
You can do that. You can stay awake. Realize, I know, life becomes joy. It really does.
Offer to us
And I'm not saying it's not easy to get lost. Just don't get that, because it is.
inside Caravaggio's head, flooded with tragic self-knowledge.
Of mental NFT add-on trade, or you get what we call NFT mouse, right? Now, pause here, like updating what NFT mouse is as well. So what NFT mouse is essentially stands for mental journey mouse in all, right? And what mental journey is, again, is another of our existing initiative or campaign that we're running over here at Mental itself. Is our most direct and straightforward way of rewarding our power users as well as our protocols, right? So what happens is that we have this thing called mental journey, and we actually encourage users to make MJSBT, and this is actually one of the required tasks for that as well. So MJSBT is the mental token, right? It's a non-trustable token that acts as your identity credential here in mental ecosystem. And what actually happens after you mint this identity is that we will then be able to kind of on the back end index all your user activity, interactions, contributions with different protocols or even your governance activities, right? Like voting on different processes as well within Mental, and we will then be able to kind of record all of that. And based on your activities, then users will then be able to accrue these opportunity points called MJ Mouse. We are currently in a season alpha. We have actually kicked this off in August itself. And the end of this season alpha will actually be 2024, 15th of January. So it's coming to a close soon. If you haven't, you still have time to actually mint your SVT and get started and earn your token points for MJ Mouse. At the end of the season alpha, we would then have all the eligible users as well as protocols, right? So what's interesting is also because this mental journey is not just rewarding our power users, but we are also rewarding our power protocols that should rank high in terms of transactions, in terms of PVL. This is our way of collecting cause as well, right? So at the end of the season itself, all users are protocols alike will then be able to share a reward diet of 25 million MNT tokens.
And this is the reward pool that has been allocated to our season alpha, which is our first season of Manager. So this is something that we're running concurrently, that we already have maybe on Manager Journey itself. So as a kind of
It's sometime later that the Pope's nephew, Scipione Borghese, finally receives the paintings with which Caravaggio hoped to win his pardon. The Cardinal finds himself face to face with the picture of the painter as the slain Goliath. The Cardinal isn't used to this. Artists have been given their gift by God to bring beauty into the world, to put mortal creatures in touch with their higher selves. That's the way it was supposed to be. Caravaggio never did anything the way it was supposed to be. Here I am, says this dead face, which seems still alive. They said, whoever delivers my head will get a reward. Well, I'm turning myself in. Will that do? Can I have my reward? Can I have my pardon?
I'm not even following him.
Sorry, says the Cardinal. So sorry. Too late.
Hey kids, go to this one. Okay, this one for no, what being you're looking at lot of that, huh?
Sexy models. Now it's men with earrings, converted warehouse studios in the East End. This one's doing photorealism, a style that was invented 35 years ago in New York, died out soon after. What's he doing it again for? Let's go on prowling moodily through this modern art studio nowadays, interpreting the signs. The big no, the first two letters of nowadays. No to genius, no to beauty, no to art where you can tell what's happening. Here's a modern artist who's made some paintings of words to go with a sculpture full stop. She's going to be showing both take up. Modern art today is full of words and full of sounds. This slightly menacing horror music sound, like the soundtrack for a modern art program, is actually some modern art, made by this artist, who's also just had a show on the tape. Hey look, it's a painting by me. I painted it at art school. It's a cosmic pop art. And now, it's going to be me talking. I wonder what I'm going to say. Why is it when we think of modern art, the art of today, that we don't think of this genius artist in the studio drawing a nude woman with
with charcoal. What happened to make that idea of art an old habit? This is my studio, Derbyshire Street in Bethnal Green. I share it with a load of other artists who also never draw the model, and who most of you have never seen a nude woman in an artist's studio outside of Hollywood films about Van Gogh from my collection. At this moment, they're upstairs or along the corridor, testing out every activity under the sun except life drawing to see if it could be art. At another moment, behind a cloud of sexy Galway smoke in the studio along the great dark corridor of time, is a real genius, a big pen, biggest pen of all, the pen of Pablo, drawing a face. War bad, Picasso said, peace good. That was the 1950s, the time when I was born. Picasso was communist. Because it was a time when modern art really stood for something, a scribble and a line and a few dots by Picasso could seem to sum up everything. Nobody laughed at his solution to world conflict. But they did sometimes cry about his drawing. Why, a child of 6 could do it, the Royal Academicians cried. They hated Picasso, everything new. They wanted everything to be old again. Now, it's the 90s. I'm in my 40s. It's a whole different world. Today, modern art is a real pig. A pig sawn in half with a chainsaw, suspended in a vitrine of formaldehyde. Or it's a photo of a blankly staring, post-feminist woman of the 90s. Or a tent by another woman artist, embroidered with the names of everyone she's ever slept with. Or the London Tube Man, but with all the names of the stations changed to nonsense. Footballers instead of Jubilee line stops. Philosophers instead of the Circle line. So that's modern art now. What I'm going to be doing for the next 6 weeks, this modern art series called This Is Modern Art, in a kind of ironic, doubtful way, because no one knows what modern art really is. It's travelling through time. Looking at modern art of the past, and back again to the modern art of today, to see what the past has to say about the present, what the present has to say about the past. This is what the inside of my head looks like a museum of modern art of the mind. There's some abstract expressionism. Later I'm going to be looking at 3 giant turning points in the history of modern art, all coming out of this place, the real Museum of Modern Art in New York. Huge, white, magnificent. Anyone who's ever been there will know the sheer confidence of the display, the scale of it, the feeling of authority and credibility that it has. New Yorkers go around with that model of modern art in their heads, more or less, not one to crack, of course, because Americans want this kind of art. Art is a need. What is this need exactly? Modern art is a mixture of snob culture and amazing open-mindedness. Andy Warhol. Modern art is a system, but one that's always changing. Warhol stands for one of its big changes. Later on, we're going to be meeting him, plus 2 more geniuses who live the parameters of modern art. This is the first one, Big Cigar, Picasso. This is Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avignon. Les Demoiselles d'Avignon is the picture at the beginning of all modern art books. It's the picture that started Cubism. It's hardly a picture at all. It's a monster picture, a parody of a picture, painted in one way and then half painted over in a different way, without caring if the scenes shown. 5 ugly, angry, glaring prostitutes in a brothel with their armpits showing. Their blank, different, dead faces staring out, or their primitive, dog-like African mask faces. From the eyebrows out to the folds of the curtains, everything irritates everything else. Everything is spiky and jostling, as if it's the painting of the women glaring out like an ugly, angry, shocking, exciting art joke. When I first saw this picture in a book at about age 17, I didn't think this is Cubism. I thought this is modern art, hard stuff. Sarah Lucas, defiant woman of the 90s, icon of young ViralRabbi, up against the wall, defiantly redefining what it means to be modern. This abject, wretched, stocking monster called Bunny which Lucas made in 1997, was the sister of La Demoiselle d'Avignon, only 70 years younger than them.
Picasso is somebody I identify with, and just in terms of the amount of sex in his work, I suppose. That's the subject, or the way they were transformed so through even just lines that aren't breaking face in a certain way so that you can see a penis or something like that. Like where it turns a pair of handlebars into a pair of horns. I'd say it came very close to the kind of transformation that I'm choosing real objects to stand for something else.
Dumb things transforming in the mind. This sculpture has a 1990s tone of jokey contempt. Nevertheless, it's a work that comes at the end of an art timeline that begins with La Demoiselle d'Avignon. Its art would be impossible without Picasso. It laughs at the cult of the macho, but it respects the thing that the sex myth of Picasso really stands for: Picasso's cult of change, perpetual renewal.
In my mind, it kind of stands for one of the artists who managed to carry on changing, rather than just kind of reiterating their old work, and their freshest work being when they were younger. So it's one of the things that I admire about it.
I find Picasso very moving, not disconnected from my world, but part of it. What does he stand for? He stands for ceaseless creativity, not caring, not being snobbish, having his own system, never being polite. On the other hand, he also stands for a kind of atrophying of the restless modern art mind, where, whenever his name is mentioned, tasteful music starts up, and we stop thinking. The Picasso Museum in Paris is not an unfamiliar sight on television, and the presenter waddling about it, waving his arms around, is not unknown either. So how do you make this old art subject new? Well, for one thing, acknowledge we live in a world where artists like Tracy Emin and Sarah Lucas are art stars, where cubism is no more important than any other ism, and no ism is all that important. Consequently, for different people with different interests, there are a lot of different Picassos. There's the genius, and he is that. No one can be here with the energy of this art and not feel it was a genius of some kind. But there's also the absurd, decadent, rich person who can buy a chateau for the price of a drawing. The old, macho, outdated sex monster, obsessively fixated on the image of the artist alone in the studio with a naked female model. Woman rendered again and again into kind of hilarious, exploded, uglified, beautifully painted male senses. Sex and death, Picasso's great themes. This is a picture of his friend who committed suicide from unrequited love, Casagemas, done when young Picasso hadn't become a genius yet, but was just pastiching already existing styles, from Van Gogh to Toulouse-Lautrec. Everyone knows Picasso's blue period, formed art while people think it's a bit sentimental. Everyone else loves it because it's sentimental. It's the stuff after then I'm sure about, the genius stuff. When Picasso first painted La Demoiselle d'Avignon in 1906, when he was only 27, he rolled it up in the corner of the studio because he didn't know what it was. Even his friends didn't like it. George Braque said looking at it was like being made to drink petrol. And then gradually Picasso and Braque came to acknowledge it as the prototype for Cubism. It isn't interesting to think about Cubism as an ism anymore, but it is interesting to think about what it actually did. It made the painting more important than the picture. It made inventing more important than copying. It meant reality could be gutted and boned and put back together again as something else, as art. Picasso never made art from nature, he just made it out of his head. He made it up. He held on to reality only to have something to push around. Picasso was the first to think Cubism was a boring idea. Almost as soon as he invented it, a whole school of academic Cubists started up. So he stopped putting the eyes inside of the head and started putting them in the right place for a while. That was his neoclassical period of the 1920s. But then he put them in the wrong place again. After that, just switched back and forth stylistically all the time, from smoothed out to jagged, from wildly distorted to calm, from angry to funny, from ugly to beautiful. Picasso, the genius, lover of many women, destroyer of them, stepper over of their distorted and cubified bodies. I don't despise the corny myths of Picasso, the ego monster, Mr. Lovepants, but I know they're not the art. They're just the Hello magazine version. I'm only faux Hello. I think there's a real Picasso, and it's in these real shapes and bodies, the bits and pieces that make up this art. This is the Picasso system in operation. It's here in this museum, but it's in our heads too. Art's new systems of now, the mutations of his old system of then. Here we are on the lovely Riviera, looking for the essential Picasso. Picasso was always changing. When he was in his 60s, the new model was Mediterranean Picasso. The Mediterranean is timeless, classical, ancient, all about sensuous, timeless pleasure. Only Picasso could mix all this up with progressive modernity. After the war, he was given this museum of local culture in Antibes to use as a studio. Modern art was hated by fascists, so it must be good for peace, it was thought. Picasso became France's official expresser of the new post-war happiness. He roamed the building, taking down the old official art and replacing it with smiling triangles. His paintings here aren't particularly well known, but they're the sublime, playful side of Picasso. These are modest masterpieces of ordinary life, pleasures of the domestic and the everyday. To me, they're the awesome achievements of modern art, full of details of real things changed into painted things. Modernity with Picasso is Picasso's joie de vivre let loose, frolicky and funny, feeling good without caring what others think. Of course, he didn't have to care, because a big support system of mythology and marketing was doing all that for him. This was another modern art system that Picasso invented, the system of the modern artist as entrepreneur and showman. Mediterranean Picasso is Picasso number 2 in various mythologies of Picasso, Picasso rich guy. In his old age, he lived a magnificent, rich, bohemian life in the south of France, moving from villa to villa, filling them up with new creations, watching wrestling on the TV, and having Gary Cooper round to visit, his favourite film star. He was thought to be the highest paid man alive. He called himself a communist, but Moscow called him a decadent. He didn't care though. When he wasn't painting, he was out making sculptures that changed the language of sculpture forever. Ceramics that made him laugh. He was full of beans. He thought if he never stood still, he could live forever. That was what drove him. But that's one thing modern art can't do. This is almost the last picture he ever painted, a self-portrait from the year he died. It was 1973, Picasso was 92. Modern art wasn't just Picasso anymore, it had been taken over by New York. What a picture. Picasso is always dead for us. It's part of his myth. He died, he stared death in the face before he went. He was trepidatious, guilty about all the lives he'd stepped on and destroyed in his path to genius. New York started taking over modern art in the Second World War. By the 1950s, the job was complete. Picasso was still producing, but not progressive, it was thought in New York. Progress was the big thing now. But who could be the sign of progress? Who could be as big as Picasso and have the necessary newness? Jackson Pollock, artist of the abstract dream. doomed forever to be a cliché. What do we see when we see a Jackson Pollock? We see what Pollock stands for. Jackson Pollock stands for freedom, self-expression, and being American, and for a particular American financial success story. We see money building up. This painting, Autumn Rhythm, failed to sell at all when it was first shown in 1950, even though the asking price was only $1,200. After Pollock died, it was offered by a dealer to the Museum of Modern Art for $8,000. They were appalled at the price. Then it was offered again for $30,000. They didn't even reply to the letter. Eventually, the Metropolitan Museum bought it for $20,000. A trustee said, a painting this big must be worth something. 20 years later, in the mid-70s, the combined value of all Pollock's works, public and private collections, was estimated to be $50 million because he was a giant of American art. What else do we see? We see the whole tragedy of Pollock's life. Towards the end of it, he couldn't paint at all. He was a depressed alcoholic. He was violent. He used to punch people. If they punched him back, which they often did, he used to cry. Terrible insecurity. He thought he was a phony, a sellout. The papers saw him as a macho, primitive, hard man, a tough guy who said, I don't paint nature, I am nature. But what do we see in just the look of it? The sheer feminine beauty of whatever it is, the image of the river, its containment across all those yards, the energy, facility and delicacy of the paint, where it sits on the surface of the canvas but sinks in at the same time, where it's flat, spatial at the same time. All that ease and grace, the illusion of something that's been made on instinct alone. What a weird mix of elements makes up our idea of what Jackson Pollock is. The romantic myth of the tortured artist. I like it, because I'm a bit romantic myself. I started coming to New York a lot in the early 80s, drawn by the allure of the hip, up-to-date, cutting-edge art that was being churned out here all the time then. But I often found myself secretly yearning for the old stuff, the abstract expressionist stuff. The abstract expressionist moment was the 1950s. It was an existential moment. It was all deep, anguished, pained, late-night soul-searching. It was a life of woozy, boozy, semi-intellectual, or intermittently intellectual, existential loneliness. This is the Cedar Tavern, New York's famous bar, where Jackson Pollock and the abstract expressionists used to come and drink in the 1950s. Actually, it's not the Cedar, but a remake put up after the original tavern burnt down in 1963. But to this day, people still come here in search of the abstract expressionist myth, expecting to find it steaming off the tables. Come out and fight, the abstract expressionists used to growl at each other when they met here. Rip the doors off the hinges. Jackson Pollock actually did that one night. They'd punch each other, insult each other, and say, I'm more sincere than you, or I'm more authentic than you, or I'm more existentially tortured than you, or I've had all your women, which was one famous insult that the architect Clement Greenberg was supposed to have hurled at the painter William de Kooning in a drunken brawl. Like many of these myths, it turned out to be only partly true, as Greenberg later revealed. There was only one of de Kooning's women who lied, and that was de Kooning's wife, Elaine. But in all this macho comedy, there was tragedy, there was pathos. That was what was going on in Jackson Pollock's head.
He was a very angry person, very unhappy person. He'd be very subdued when he was sober. When he got drunk, and the aggression would come out. He'd be very, very difficult, very aggressive. When he'd go into the Cedar Bar, he'd say, you fucking whores, you think you're painters, you don't know what, anything. Self-destructiveness was overwhelming.
Pollock's art was a mystery art of pure abstraction. There's nothing in it except art. It made sense to him as a natural development from the Picasso system. But he found the process of getting it over to the public by playing up to the media literally mad-making. It resulted in a Pollock who was alienated from himself. Nowadays, we find it normal for modern art to be in the papers a lot, for the stories about it to be all exaggeration and rubbish, from outright jeering to accolade overdrive. And that was all new in Pollock's time. His escape from art world hysteria was his home here in East Hampton, 3 hours drive from Manhattan. He lived here with his wife, the artist Lee Krasner. Every week he went into New York to see his analyst, to hang around with artists and critics. Then he came back here to paint and to worry about who he was, what his status was. Why was he so popular, anyway? He was thought to be a wild painter. He painted on the floor because he was wild. He used cheap household paints because it was rough and tough. In fact, he used quite expensive household paints because they got the effect he wanted. He got the paint out of the tins onto the canvas in big sweeping loops, using sticks or old dried up hardened brushes. He didn't just get it all on there at once. He worked in stages, building up an image. It isn't wild art, it's deliberate, sophisticated art, it's good art. There is wildness in it, and that's why it's great art. Spontaneity, chance, ugliness are all definitely in there, making something new, something graceful, delicate and odd, which even today we can't quite pin down, however blasé we think we are, like the myth of Jackson Pollock. This is the real Pollock, really painted. But it's also the mythic Pollock, painting for the camera, like Picasso playing to the camera. Picasso was at ease with being a showman, but Pollock wasn't. Perhaps because it was the wrong show for him. I always think it's odd how delicate everything looks here, untough and all this. By the time this film was made, Pollock's dream of art had started to turn into a nightmare. Nothing was real, everything was constructed around him.
I don't think that he had a terribly large ego, but he performed a lot in order to get attention. He wasn't an intellectual. He was charming and attractive, but very shy, actually, not a big ladies' man. And Lee really dominated him, you know. He was submissive and she was aggressive. She was aggressive in all her relationships.
He had a barn for a studio, but Lee had to work upstairs in a small room in her painting.
That's true, but that was her choice. I mean, she thought that Jackson was a great painter, a great artist, and she devoted herself to that proposition. What Lee did, she decided that if he had some success, he would have more confidence, get into these terrible professions. And I think it started out well when they moved here, and it really worked out very well for her. She cultivated everyone who could be helpful to him in every way, and rather isolated him from his real friends. And I think that was a mistake.
As artificial as it is, I think this famous film is the most touching film ever of an artist working. It's a very unnatural, self-conscious, awkward process to make it. But every image of Pollock is full of tenderness. He agreed to paint on glass, so the camera could be literally within a picture developer. Pollock had been on the wagon for 2 years. He was driven back to drink by the pressure of making this film. At the end of the last day of shooting, he knocked back tumblers of whiskey and started shoving the filmmaker, Hans Namath. "You're a phony," he shouted. "I'm not a phony, you're a phony." But the fact is that the film was a lie. In his drunken rage with Namath, Pollock was expressing a real anxiety. It really couldn't work anymore. He reached a point where his ideas just dried up. By the mid-50s, Pollock had exhibitions in New York and all over Europe. His art was argued about by the most powerful critics in America. He'd been on the cover of Life magazine. He was world famous. And yet, he didn't know where to go. He said he'd been in life, but all he knew about was death. He didn't know what was happening to him. He was disoriented. He was in despair. He told Lee to think of his irascibility, his violence, his drinking as a storm, that it would soon blow over. And then, on the night of the 11th of August, 1956, it did. Lee was in Europe. Pollock was in a car with Ruth Kligman, his lover, and Edith Metzger, Ruth's friend. It was an Oldsmobile he'd just got in exchange for 2 small paintings. Pollock was driving, he was drunk. He was driving at 80 miles an hour. The car came to a curve in the road, a spot Pollock knew very well because it was only a few yards from his house, but he failed to slow down. Instead, the car sped into a group of oak trees. It ran up one of the trees and flipped over. Edith Metzger had been in the back, hanging onto the safety strap, calling out to Pollock to slow down, was rammed into the trunk of the car and crushed to death. Kligman and Pollock were each thrown from the car. Kligman suffered a fractured pelvis, but Pollock collided with the tree head first and was killed instantly.
He was too sensitive to criticism, that was bad. I think he was someone so he had no skin to protect him, you know. Everything would get at him. I think that the success was supposed to be bad. That gained confidence. But it was always exaggerated, you know, that he was the only painter and all that, which still was obviously insufficient.
Why do I not care about all the Picasso myths so much, but want all the Pollock myths? There's so many things already in Picasso's art, so few in Jackson Pollock's. Just a misty space, a sublime nothingness. We want the sublime, but we want it to be attached to something. If it's Turner, we want a storm at sea. With Pollock, we want the car crash. We feel we're really getting something. The last big story of Pollock's life was descent to chaos and death. Welcome back to the Modern Art Talk. This is Planet Hopper, continent in Virgo, the country of the canyon. What's this got to do with art? Or landing in the wrong place?
Coney Island, a complete art-free zone. There aren't any big ideas here, just fantastic, low pop mass drops. Who is responsible for collapsing this stuff into the world of high culture? One man.
Oh, do you feel that the public would support your art? Oh, no. Why not?
Well, I haven't thought about it.
It doesn't bother you at all, then?
Oh, no.
Andy, do you think that pop art has kind of reached the point where it's becoming repetitious now?
Oh, yes.
Do you think it should break away from being pop art?
Yeah.
Or would you think time?
Yes.
Here's Warhol with his icons of modern life, modern celebrity, modern glamour, modern sexiness. When I first saw a Warhol, like everyone else probably, I couldn't see why it was art. It was a photo shoot. You hear about his great colour, he is great at that. But what we first see are things, objects, soup cans, Marilyn Monroe, Jackie Kennedy, Jackie multiplied by 1,000,000. It's Gideon. Liz Taylor. Why is that art?
When Warhol was first becoming famous, he was asked what he thought about abstract expressionism. He just said, art is dead. Did he think he'd killed art himself, or did it just die on its own? We certainly associate his name with a big question mark hanging over it. After Marilyn's in 1962, he painted a lot of Elvis Presley's in 1963. He painted double Elvises and single Elvises and triple Elvises. This one is 11 Elvises, all different, all the same. He painted the whole series very quickly. He painted 50 of them in an afternoon, but the studio was leaking and was spoiled slightly, so he just painted them all again. All the things that in the abstract expressionist days were assumed to justify art's difficulty, its specialness, its sensitivity, its unrepeatability, its complexity and depth, he was happy to throw away. Being famous and being recognised, he thought, were better. It's one thing to have that thought, and people you hung out with had thoughts like that all the time because they were stoned or drunk. But what Warhol was good at was showing what that thought might actually look like.
He had always been interested in glamour. From the time of seeing movies from Hollywood and the photo play magazines, he always thought there was such a great glamour and magic about being a star. And I think he directed himself to find out what was glamour. You know, how could I put it in a can and then just paint it around, actually paint glamour in a room or on a canvas?
Warhol famously came from the wrong side of the tracks, where there wasn't any glamour. This is Pittsburgh, where Warhol was born in 1928. He lived here with his mother and father, who came over from Czechoslovakia, who could hardly speak any English, and his two brothers, John and Paul. It was a simple, working-class life. Warhol was always ill as a child and read movie magazines in bed and ate chocolates.
I used to go out and buy him movie star magazines, different theater magazines, which he got very fond of. He used to cut out the pictures. And then later on, he says, "Paul, how can I get some of these movie stars to autograph?" And I says, "Well, I'll write to them, So I wrote to a lot of movie stars, and a lot of them responded, especially like Shirley Temple. She sent them an 8x10 photograph to Andrew Warhol from Shirley Temple, he prized that.
When I talk to Paul, I don't feel it's all that different to talking to anyone. He doesn't know who Warhol was any more than anyone else, because the artificial genius Warhol that everyone more or less knows is all he knows too.
I forget what I'm calling.
Warhol killed off his real self to make room for his art self. He made production line art because that was America. He made himself into a parody genius because that was art. That was Picasso, Jackson Pollock, geniuses who expressed themselves. Warhol made a new self to fit the new world, expressing his new artificial self, his brainwashed American consumerist self. He was vividly expressing the world. It was the world, in all its ordinariness and strangeness. He had to keep the new invented self going, though. He had his own manual, which he wrote himself, his famous book, Andy Warhol's philosophy from A to B from packaging. I enjoyed it as a student, and I expect I'll be coming round one of his aisles and reading extracts from it at any moment, with this ironic, easy-listening soundtrack to anything to go wrong. When you want to be like something, it means you really love it. When you want to be like a rock, you really love that rock. I love plastic igers. What makes painting beautiful is the way the paint's put on, but I don't understand how women put on makeup. It gets on your lips, and it's so heavy. Lipstick, makeup, powder and shadow creams, and jewellery. It's all so heavy. I have a fantasy about money. I'm walking down the street and I hear somebody say in a whisper, "There goes the richest person in the world."
And he always said, I mean, everything is on the surface, just look there and you'll see everything that's there. He didn't have an intention to be heavy materials-wise or to be deep image-wise. He liked being surface. He was audacious. And somehow he knew that what he was doing was right on point. He knew always exactly what needed to be done at that exact time. And it was beyond being hip and cool. It was genius.
Warhol is sometimes thought of as a light and breezy artist, sometimes as a rather dark one. I think of him as pretty dark, even at his lightest and breeziest. This installation, Silver Pillows from 1966, is Warhol's take on the ultra-seriousness of minimalist sculpture of the time, but also his complete negative, couldn't care less comment upon it. His pink and yellow cow wallpaper from the same exhibition, exhibited here exactly as it was then, in a room adjacent to silver floaty pillows, is an uproars to contemporary abstract painting, its abstruse theories of colour and flatness. Warhol's own paintings go from aggressive pastiche of the nice, his version of lovely impressionism, both gorgeous and sarcastic, to stark revelations of the horrible, his death, disastrous lyrics. Warhol took everything the mass media had to offer as if it was messages from the gods. The gods always had a lot to say about death. Warhol himself was a regular churchgoer, so it's only right he should feel at home with religion's big subject, the end. With everything he does, there's the witty idea, often given to him by somebody else, as it was in the case of the Death and Disaster series, but also the cleverness and stylishness of the idea's execution, like picking the right title and the right scale for this painting called Foot and Tire, just big enough for the foot to be registered beneath the tire at a glance. And picking the right news photo car crash for this painting called 5 Deaths. 5 teenage corpses are leaning on the grass, looking out, their eyes wide open as if they're feeling fine, but in fact they're crushed, mangled, covered in blood. Ambulance disaster. One vehicle you'd think you'd feel safe in. And white burning car. The repeated news photo image shows the burning car wreck, the driver grotesquely hanging from the telegraph pole, casual passerby. Not just casually passing by and glancing at death, but not even bothering to glance. With the corresponding blank, empty nothingness of the last section of the series.
Can we do a cheese movie? All you have to do is say cheese, cheese. Alright. Okay, the next movie.
Here's Warhol filming Susan Sontag, a frightening superbrain of the 60s, asking her if she wants to be in a movie about cheese.
Just what you like.
Warhol's paintings, Warhol's films, they're the same. They do the same thing. It was part of Warhol's genius to realise that could be so. Can film be art? We're still asking the question today. This is Andy Warhol's first film, Sleep, made in 1963, only a year after he first became famous as a painter, just a man sleeping for 8 hours. Warhol used to go to underground films all the time, with the poet John Giorno. He thought he could make one himself, so he bought a camera. What should he film there?
Andy and I was sleeping together, and I was drunk, like with the hangovers, so I'd get up to take a piss, and there would be Andy, who was on speed, looking at me, and I would say, "What are you doing?" He said, "Watching." And then I'd go to sleep and wake up and go take another piss. And so it was that night, for lack of an idea what he was going to make a movie of, was definitely he's sleeping.
Warhol shot hours of footage over different nights. Then he got into a tangle editing it. Finally, he just picked out the shots that brilliantly emphasized light and shade, so the film wouldn't seem too gay to meet censorship laws. And he made it 8 hours long, because that's how long sleep usually lasts, to conform to art's structural laws. In this film, there is the palpable sense of one of the elements of Warhol's genius, the way his art foregrounds sexuality, like Picasso's does. Only, of course, not like it, because Warhol was gay, Picasso wasn't.
Great energy comes with sex, and drugs just magnify it. And Andy understood all that. I mean, Andy was on speed himself, so we could see everything with enormous clarity. And then everyone else was on whatever drug of their choice was, and they were fucked. I mean, everyone was on the straighter games. There was a lot of sexuality, and Andy totally. That was the attraction for him to make movies. I mean, Andy didn't want to have sex; he wanted to watch. And as we know, he was a great voyeur.
Here's Blowjob, made in the same year as Sleep, another film with a minimal structure. It's reality, this is all you get. It's the same frame for half an hour, reality and abstraction coming together. Pardon my French. It's a fine balance of elements, lost on some people who quite understandably are interested in the title, but a bit bored by the film.
I told Andy once in New York, I said, I'm going down to see one of your movies, it's playing. And he says, look, they charge $3. He says, you give me the $3 and let me boot you in the rear end. He says, don't waste your time on it. So that was the answer that I got. But some of the family members were sort of critical about it. My mother was very deeply into religion. She had faith in it. She brought Andy up that way, too. She brought all of us that way. I mean, on numerous occasions when we were up there, Andy's getting ready to leave, and he'd yell, Mother, I'm getting ready to leave. Come on in here and pray with me. And they knelt down in front of her altar and prayed, for 5 to 10 minutes, and Andy would be on his way.
Warhol's pictures of death. How great they look, even though they're only silkscreen photos. How great he could make that technique be. Nobody knows what he really thought about death. Are these skulls pop death or death death? They were painted 10 years after he really did nearly die from an attempted assassination by Valerie Solanas, the author of the Scum Manifesto, the Society for Cutting Up Men. She came up to Warhol's famous factory studio and shot him one day in 1968. Warhol survived the shooting, but for the rest of his life he suffered constant pain from the wounds, which went on leaking horribly. But then, in February 1987, he did die, tragically, from simple neglect, and his private nurse fell asleep following a routine gallbladder operation. His tubes just clogged up, and he died. Warhol's pictures of death. How great they look, even though they're only silkscreen photos. How great he could make that technique be. Nobody knows what he really thought about death. Are these skulls pop death or death death? They were painted 10 years after he really did nearly die from an attempted assassination by Valerie Solanas, the author of the Scum Manifesto, the Society for Cutting Up Men. She came up to Warhol's famous factory studio and shot him one day in 1968. Warhol survived the shooting, but for the rest of his life he suffered constant pain from the wounds, which went on leaking horribly. But then, in February 1987, he did die, Tragically, from simple neglect, his private nurse fell asleep following a routine gallbladder operation. His tubes just clogged up and he died. Here we are again in the graveyard, morbidly obsessing over modern art's dead dads. Warhol was a genius, but it was a new type of genius. It was a genius at expressing what it felt like, not to be sure what you felt at all. He was a great psychologist. He observed what drives people and excites them. Not the people in his pictures and films, the icons, but the people who wanted to look at them, the public. He wrote books and made movies and produced records and painted paintings. A lot of it wasn't any good, but he looked at a wasteland and said, "This is modern art," and it was. Hey, it's young people's music, back in the now zone again. People of the 90s in Times Square, acting out a fashion again, acting modern. Uh-oh, here's 70s man, head filled with the past, pondering the meaning of modernism. Is modern always modern? Does it run out? Is it something you get out the modern cupboard now, polish, or is it always frighteningly alive? Warhol, Pollock, Picasso, they all stand for radical breaks with the past, ugliness instead of beauty, America instead of Europe, irony instead of anguish. I am what I am because of them. But now they're the past. Andy Warhol became part of culture in about 1962. Lots happened since then. This is Millennium Modern Art. Damien Hirst spots in Lot 61, the latest media hangout in New York. I'm drunk now and jet lagged from time travel, so I'm just talking rubbish. But if you ask me, what these spots say is that, like Andy Warhol's silver pillows, we are a form of art of almost unbelievable weightlessness, and yet we are quite good. How can that be? It's bright, decorative, eye-stimulating, exciting painting, doing all the things a painting should do. But it's all done mechanically with a compass, with the colours not even being filled in by Hirst, but by an assistant. So something is missing. There's nothing to tell us what to feel. It expresses our culture's anxiety about the role of painting now. Does it have one? God, has it come to this? From Picasso's fabulous art of domestic life to all of modern art summed up in a restaurant. Art is dead, said Warhol. I am nature, said Pollock. I don't seek, I find, said Picasso. Vindaloo, says Hirst. Here we are, back where we started, my studio, Modern Art Greenhouse, where modern art minds are cultivated and nurtured. Here's an artist painting a psychedelic modern garden. This is modern art going on, being different. Damien Hirst isn't the last chapter, he's just the leader of our present phase of modern art, where geniuses don't really exist, but creativity and inventiveness and not being straight, having your own system, not being polite, all still do. And that's the answer to the thing we were wondering last time we were at my ambiently humming studio. We like modern art because we don't know what it is. The reason it keeps changing is to make sure we never do.
This is Modern Art continues next week. Thursday, Ken Burns' superb series Jazz continues with music taking new directions into the turbulent 60s. Join us for Jazz, 9:30 Thursday night. Stay with us now for the history of St. George's Chapel.
The display was against the stamp.
If we think we've still got civilization, we think it is. Old monuments, past, think we want. Look for new ones tonight. It's art of our time. Is it about how civilized or uncivilized we are? Larger than life, classical marvel. Is it a bit of sensationalism? Or is it an outsider's heroic struggle to survive in society? Modern woman, born without limbs. We don't know. We know it expresses us now. We want a human, gritty reality. Everyone is different. Everyone is great. One day it too will be the past. Future generations smash it up. Or will it be a museum? Will it be seen as a moving expression? Life at a different time. That's what this series is about. It's about what art can do that history can't exactly do. What's the point of a legacy of art? Why do we preserve it? Build museums around it? Because nothing is anything without the past. Over the next 4 weeks, take a time travel trip with me. See art that shows the past interacting with the present. Art tells us something about what we think we are, what we could be if we were better than ourselves. It's the way we ask questions about ourselves. What is civilization? Civilization is what we do in order to not be the basic, murdering, devouring, purely appetite-driven level of existence. It's the mind reining in the animal in us and drawing out humanity. It's us living in a built environment with objects that show us this higher realm of aspiration, of yearning, thoughtfulness. The higher level is human beings speaking to each other in signs, marvels. This is civilization. Its residue is art. Art isn't just another buzz that entertains us and distracts us from the grueling monotony of the trip of life. It is life. It's our imaginative proposal of what life can be. I'm going to be looking at civilization through art. I'm going to be picking out moments when the art is about fantastic leaps that civilization makes, when the very idea of who we are changes, and new ideas of our potential suddenly come up. The first program is about the longest lasting idea we've had so far in the history of civilization. The idea of religion. The idea that everything we are and ever shall be is already decided in the sky by the gods. Here's a few religions. They intersect. One leads into another. The west and the east. They make an epic tangle of jostling realities. Look at them in a different way than usual. Art today is not a million miles from the spiritual world of the past. We think it celebrates our irreligious present, but we're religious beings who just seek out the experience in different ways. Familiar but ungraspable, mystifying but we stare anyway. Our modern spiritual fix. Different approaches to being spiritual in the past brought about changes in what we thought we were. It's the art that religion has left behind. It shows us that. It shows points in time. Civilization says, crikey, a momentous change in human consciousness. A god. The ancient Greeks carved their gods to look like themselves, like people.
We can't exist emotionally in isolation. We can't be adrift and nothing. We have to feel there's a place for us in some bigger picture. So we've always had art. Art shows us ourselves. We haven't always had it really looking like us. The art of the Greeks stands out for that. It's the Greeks who come up with a type of art that is incredibly lifelike. Suddenly, we are there. Our detailed, physical, muscular, sympathetic bodily reality is all mapped out in rounded, smoothed out marble. The Greeks come up with the ideal of a type of art that mirrors us directly. No other civilization at the time of the Greeks or before has this. It's what makes the Greeks marvelous.
For the Greeks, religion was in everything. Great thunder gods like Zeus, but also anything in nature was a god. The breeze could be a god. The river was a god. There was a ritual action for each one. The point was to get them in a good mood. You offered something, like a bit of your hair, or a part of an animal. Something really major. It was this, a statue. So this Greek world was full of offerings. Wherever you went, you saw statues of gods. There are different styles, archaic and classical. Archaic came first, rigid, stylized. That's the 7th and 6th centuries BC. The Greeks are in a room called Not Totally Sure Where We're Going. Then comes classical. Classicism is the one that grips civilization. The Greeks find a magic portal called This Is It. In the early 5th century BC, we go through it.
This is a statue from 2,500 years ago of a god. It might be Zeus, the father of the gods who hurls thunderbolts around. Or it might be Poseidon, god of the sea, and that might have been a trident he held in his hand. It's in the form of a human man. Let's not think about the god bit right now. Let's think about what it is we're actually seeing. Ancient art in a museum. Normally we see this kind of thing without really seeing it. What is it that the Greeks really came up with? It's full of ideas about the way things work, what it's like to be alive, to have muscles, to be triumphant. Look at the flow and the power of it. The sweep through the arm throwing, the eyes looking, and the balancing arm thrust forward. It all seems realistic and natural, but also it's a fantastically attractive, inspiring object. It's got the shape and the space around it. And at the same time, in a parallel world of perception, it's a human. It's true, it's the body of a male of a certain ethnic type, white, Western. At least it hasn't got the head of a cat or 6 arms, which is how the gods were represented by other civilizations in the time of the Greeks. Some profound level.
Grasp how truly odd it was for Greek civilization to celebrate the human in a minute after the barbaric outbreak. Well, we're in the religious circle. It's not that bad. To get your head around how amazing it was for the Greeks to depict the gods as human, see how it's done by a different culture. Greek art would be impossible without Egyptian art. Egyptian culture is much older and more sophisticated than the Greeks. The Greeks counter it because they start to establish colonies. When they do that, they're influenced by what they see. The Greeks stood in amazement in front of Egyptian depictions of gods. This is the Temple of Isis on the Nile. Egyptians had a vast single kingdom, a godlike ruler, and a whole class of priests that maintained religious tradition. The gods looked the same forever. Beautiful, but they always were flat, part human, part animal. 2,000 years before the arrival of the Greek classical style, to 1,000 years after, through the Romans and up to the Christians. Those smashed faces of Christian monks attacking Egyptian gods with chisels. Think of the Egyptians as ancient, the Greeks as children compared to them. Children with hyperactive imaginations. In the ancient civilizations, there's a stiffness, a purely symbolic quality in the way gods are conjured up, rather than them seeming to be real, like one feels real, or I look real. The people in the room with you now seem alive and real. This difference between stiffness and movement, between symbolic and real, itches away at the Greeks, impressed by the awesome lookability of Egyptian depictions of the gods. The Greeks want that mood. They want something else as well. They want human life. Hello, gods, youths, slender, staggering beauties, red nipples. What are you? Why were you invented? Archaic period Greek statues are called kuroi, which means youth. The kuroi, much more delicate and human than anything done before. They have spooky, animated smiles. There are subtle differences between one body and another. They're not just one rigid stereotype. During the 150-year period in which the kuroi were being made, to drive towards greater and greater lifelikeness, and to push away from the rigid and stereotyped. Why? They think that their gods look like them, so to make a statue of one that's more and more human is to make it more and more godly. The reason they feel they have to keep pushing and pushing in that direction is for a very human motivation, competitiveness. Greeks go in for competitive sponsoring of statues. They want statues that they paid for to be more noticeable and talked about than the ones that some other city or wealthy individual has paid for. They want them to be better. Greeks are always looking over their shoulder at what everyone else is doing, thinking, I'm going to get the edge on here. Full-length, head-on, nude male. Tell us about your perfectly proportioned self. You're an athlete, a dead warrior, depicted young, who looked your best. You're God, Apollo, you're all these things. You smile to be attractive because you're an offering. You smile because you're a man. Men are in charge. Wives stay indoors. You have to go out and you're covered up. You are nude. You smile because you're sexy. Men who want to look at you have sex with boys and with men and with their wives. But whoever it's with, they think the one on top's in control. Control is philosophically important. Now you're smiling because you know we've lost you. You really are a strange being made by strange people. You embody an ideal. Civilization keeps being fascinated by balanced individual, mind and body honed to beautiful, perfect pitch. It's the makeup of Greek society that causes Greek art to change so fast. They don't have a vast single nation like the Egyptians. Very unlike the modern metropolis of Athens, they lived in little groupings, spread out over a vast area, each one with its own different social system. didn't have an iron control over all thought, dictated by tradition and kings. They were absolutely up for questioning everything, for discussing the meaning of everything. That jostling, competitive, free-thinking atmosphere was so productive that it only took a few decades for Kuroi, with their intimations of life, to mutate to this panorama of the whole of life. It's a religious festival carved to decorate the Temple of the Parthenon in Athens. Men and gods, staggeringly clear, staggeringly real, except when they're worn away against the blurry outlines of a blurry, forgotten ritual. The Elgin marbles, removed from the Parthenon by Lord Elgin in the 19th century. For us, the Parthenon is the great symbol of the invention of modern politics. It was the Greeks who came up with this unlikeliest idea of civilization. It's so normal sounding now, we don't realise how bizarre it was to other people at the time. The Greeks saw their own perfection in the perfect sculptures of gods, and they thought, why couldn't society be invented?
Greek culture brings in self-awareness, self-scrutiny, self-defining. Greeks question what society can be. Look at their own individual power, philosophize human nature, how do we work? They're so clever, they can be filled with awesome religious piety about the gods, and yet they can still question what a god actually is. It's absolutely radical. No one's ever tried thinking like this before, let alone made this way of thinking into a whole social system. It doesn't crush human nature, it's based on human nature. It looks at the problem of the human ego and the passions, of drives, of moral corruption. It tries to bring out a right balance of feeling and reason. This strange experiment that everyone's in is called democracy.
The whole ferment of Greek invention is about bringing together mind, body, religion, politics. Whenever the classical look comes up in civilization, in whatever age, even if the look is being challenged, pristine marble purity is being parodied, as it often is in contemporary. What is evoked is the idea the Greeks invented: self-question, self-creation. You can be someone, you are someone. Civilization didn't always give the Greeks the sense. When a new religion came along, it spent centuries being furious with the perfect classical human body and wanting to smash it up. The Greeks were wise and intelligent, but our Father in heaven says, destroy the wisdom of the wise and set aside the knowledge of the intelligent. Get ready for the day of judgment. After the outbreak. Hello. Dead. You've got to drink your blood, eat your flesh, someday. You've got to believe you died and rose again.
This is the harshest, but also the most transfixing picture of the crucifixion I know of. The Isenheim altarpiece, Christ, the cross, Northern Renaissance artist. He died for our sins. God sent him down to make us all Christians. He never did entirely convert all over the world, but the impact of Christianity was so great that all the pagan religions were knocked out, and for nearly 2,000 years, Christianity held a huge part of the world, mesmerizing grip, and every other part was affected by it.
Instead of the perfect body of the Greeks, full of divine inspiration, it's the humiliating, abject body of Christianity, full of pain. Instead of the Greeks' balance of mind and body, it's a war of the spirit against the flesh. That turquoisey light background is hope following hopelessness. You defeat, we all dread death. If we follow you, we'll be saved. We sin, you suffer. No wonder when we look at you, we feel guilty. But what is it we're really looking at? We wanted to visualize Jesus. Art answered that way. The image in our minds is totally fictional. It's not based on folk memories of what we look like, but on conventions of what we ought to look like. It didn't start until several centuries after he died. Nobody painted a picture of Jesus when he was alive. The first pictures of him is a chubby little Roman with curly hair. Popular image now, a suffering, soulful man, is a later convention. Christ in agony, a defining image of the West. How did it happen? If you ask someone 2,000 years ago what kind of higher being would come to dominate so many people's minds, they'd have come up with something very different.
This is Artemis, she's the Greek goddess. Her cult was already thousands of years old at the time of Jesus. She's a nature goddess. She's worshipped by millions. People usually think there's a multiple breasts that she's covered. You want to think that because she's the earth mother, the giver of life. For centuries, she was portrayed in this way. Beautiful, draped in bull testicles. That isn't what they are, connected to the ritual sacrifice that was made to her as the goddess of fertility.
It's 500 years since the Parthenon was built. In that time, the Romans have taken over. Greek culture has been absorbed by the Romans and become Greco-Roman culture. The classical look is now the look of empire. Greek gods become Roman gods. Everyone worships the gods. Artemis is one of the main ones.
Hang on, I hear footsteps. There's someone coming who's going to rock this baby's world. It's a Christian saint, St. Paul. The chief shrine of Artemis was here in the city of Ephesus, on the coast of what is now Turkey. Ephesus was the Roman capital of Asia Minor. About 25 years after Jesus Christ was reckoned to have been crucified, St. Paul comes here. Paul invented Christianity. Jesus may or may not have existed. He did. Preachings were to the Jews alone, not to the Gentiles. Paul certainly never knew Jesus. Paul was a Jew like Jesus, but Paul started out as a member of a fanatic Jewish sect that persecuted Christians. Paul had the job of hunting them down, questioning them, punishing them. Then Paul experienced an amazing religious conversion. He spent the rest of his life fanatically spreading Christianity instead of persecuting.
Paul preached against the Greek mind, its gods, its philosophy. He said the miracle of Jesus had brought all that to an end.
This is the theatre in Ephesus where St. Paul preached. He spoke to gatherings here of over 20,000 people, converted by the gospel. Imagine what's in his mind. He's amazingly ambitious. He thinks, I live in this world. I look up, I don't see the sky, I see symbols. been here forever. This is the pagan. What I want to do is fix it. I want to wipe it out. Christianity is going to be a new way of living. We're going to have our own way of assessing whether the way we live is right or not. It's not going to be power, armies, hostile nature gods. It's going to be Christ, the forgiver of sins. Life after death is the only important thing. And your body is not good. Your body is bad. Your soul is good. Christianity spreads. Paul is on record as the apostle who travels the furthest, setting up simple, primitive Christian communities. Ephesus is only one of his Christian answers. Everywhere in it, Paul sees pagan art. He's tortured by it. He imitates pagan depictions of false gods. You can't worship an object. Later, 6th century after Christ, inspired by Paul's hostility, Christians will pulverize these statues, bury them in the ground, and cut their heads off. Rioting Christians will already have pulled down the shrine of Artemis and put up images of Mary instead. That hasn't happened yet. It's only 56 AD. Rioting Artemis worshippers drive Paul out of Ephesus. He goes on preaching in other cities until finally he's beheaded. One of the Emperor Nero's purges of Christians. And then in the 3rd century AD, something happens. If Paul had still been alive, it freaked him out. It's on the walls of the catacombs in Rome, the underground tunnels where Christians bury their dead. Christian art appears.
Doors, then crude level of skill. Usually they're moving because they are succulent. But why are they there at all? After all, St. Paul said no art. Paul's an intellectual head filled with visions of the miracle of Jesus Christ that is getting across with his great preaching, his great words. Christians want to see this stuff. Ordinary people, their heads are still partly filled with art, pagan images, pagan gods. Christians exchange those gods for Jesus Christ, who's raised from the dead, who's place of death, themselves consolation, hope, salvation, hope of life after death. Scribe, somehow words not enough, stronger power. Primitive Christian art is already existing symbols appropriated. Pagan magician Orpheus, whose magic music calmed the animals, went down to hell and came back alive. Christians paint him and call him Christ, the Good Shepherd, who looks after his flock, faithful Christians. People bang on about the transcending power of art, such as words, or words mean something. I think it means something. The early Christians in their catacombs felt that power in pagan art, wanted to harness it to Christ. That's what they're groping towards. Simple, direct communications, catacombs, signs of hope. Christianity doesn't take off big time because Jesus' holy wisdom is right. It's because the right people decide to back this.
Who are these Christians? What is this strange religion?
In the early 4th century, the Roman Emperor Constantine changed the whole Roman Empire from paganism to Christianity. Here he is, thinking it up. Constantine sees that through the centuries when Romans are persecuting Christians are tortured and crucified, roasted over fires, they don't break. The early Christian martyrs give themselves joyfully up to death because of their spiritual beliefs.
I've heard it said, they turn the other cheek.
I can use that fortitude to bind the Roman Empire together, to bring order to Roman society. So it is that the Roman Empire becomes Christian. This move by Constantine causes Christian art to become enormous. Christian art about Christ is little daubs on cave walls. Roman art about the empire is colossal. Christian daubs are dwarfed by Roman toes alone. The Christian movement was spread throughout the Roman Empire. Constantine raised it up out of the humble shadows to his own mighty imperial level. There's absolutely no evidence at all that Constantine ever attended a church service. He didn't particularly believe in Jesus. He wasn't personally a Christian. He did the whole thing for political reasons alone.
Why not let them worship their God? No one believes in the old gods.
Constantine casts a cynical eye over the Greek and Roman art that covers the ancient world. Constantine plunders statues from all over the Roman Empire and brings them to his new capital city, Constantinople, to glorify it. Now it's Istanbul, seeing the faded remains of the Ottoman civilization. But then it was the first glorious rise of the Christian civilization. And if you're sailing down here in the 4th century AD, you'd be seeing all these pagan statues everywhere, thousands of them. The old gods, religious meaning on the way out. Christianity's power on the way in. Both now stand for Constantine's greatness. Get the old statues massed up. It's not for awe at the old divine powers, but awe at the new unity. One empire, one emperor, one religion. Constantine starts a big church-building program to rival the pagan temples. He dreams of the biggest, the Church of Holy Wisdom. This is it, the version that gets built 300 years after Constantine's death, but based on Constantine's vision. How implausible of the early Christian communities to imagine that their Christ could overthrow the great pagan Roman Empire. Weirdly, through Constantine's manoeuvring, it happens. But actually, it's a reverse takeover. The new super Christianity, Roman Christianity, sees that spiritual purity and lack of artifice isn't going to work. Christianity triumphs. In doing so, it isn't what it was. It's no longer the way of the...
But you say like $1 million market cap, I think a lot of people are going to be more interested in it. And obviously, as long as the team and the contract is safe as well, then it's really interesting. But yeah, we've seen a few big guys coming now. It just needs to get above those levels and for people to really take it seriously and start aiming in, I think. But yeah, interesting me.
Church of St. Vital, built on Constantine.
Awesome, man. Thanks for coming up, crazy. We'll keep an eye on it. We got it back.
1,006
as well. Alright,
what used to be simple, direct signs of pure hope, done in an artless style by underground it's now free.
No? Yeah, it is. Is he following you down like that? Look on their profile. If it doesn't show, look on their, profile again. Have to go there and I'll say it.
Honestly, I can't find him, but
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm following everyone in the room, but I just did it.
can confirm I've got the follow, so yeah, that's what's going on. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I stream my live 24/7, 365 live on YouTube from 6 different angles. I've been doing so for more than 2 years. It's the world's largest time capsule going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, and everything in between, and I stream my life for world peace. Thank you so much for letting me tell you about my project.
So, what's your project?
It's literally the most amount of data that's ever been uploaded to the internet. So it's essentially the documentation of NFTs and cryptocurrencies over the course of the last 2 years.
Well, what's it called?
It isn't like an NFT or a cryptocurrency. So essentially, it's just a compilation of my life on YouTube.
What's the YouTube name?
Rabbi Rothschild. So it's just my name. We're all related. So essentially, I have over 100 different YouTube accounts on which I do this. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 300 Twitter accounts. So if you want my main account, it's at Best Rabbi Ever. But you can literally watch me eat, sleep, drink, bathe, do everything that a human does 24 hours a day, like the Truman Show or Big Brother. You can watch me whenever you want. If you ever have any questions, if you ever need to connect with anyone, I'm always here for you.
Are you literally streaming now on Shilted? Shilted. Are you streaming yourself on this space right now?
I am. I am streaming from 6 different YouTube streams.
So where's the live stream of you doing this right now?
If you go to my profile in the link, if you click that, it's a YouTube link, and it'll open it up, and you'll see all 6 of them live. I'm also live on 7 different Instagrams. I use auto clickers that, like a robot, automatically post my life. So you can literally go back in my life over Instagram over the course of the last 2 years and watch any single given day.
You break it up. You might got too much data. Your data might be messing up.
Well, I do transmit a lot of data. I upload more than I download, which was quite confusing to my ISP because usually people download more than they upload. But I have made some really great friends along this journey. I've made some cryptocurrency friends. If you're familiar with Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, I'm live in their Discord 24/7, so they have a special little camera that comes right into my room. That whole community can watch me. And essentially, I watch documentaries. I watch sports. We keep following in the news, and it's essentially the world's largest timeline. But I really think in the future, generations of people will study this for its biological characteristics, for its behavioral characteristics, its psychological characteristics. Essentially, we can finally study humanity every single second that they are existing from 360 degrees. We've never been able to do this before previously.
Bro, I'm watching you right now talk. This is interesting, man. Yeah, I've heard of people doing this.
What makes mine different is mine.
It's interesting because you can't do anything. Like, you got no privacy whatsoever.
You're absolutely right. What makes mine different is many people stream their lives. They don't stream and record it. So the key for mine is the recordability of it, that you can go back and watch me over the course of the last 2 years on any given day and watch what I was doing from a given angle. You can't do that for people who just stream their life and it's not recorded anywhere. So that's
the only issue I see with that is if I want to go back and watch 2 years of you, I'm gonna lose 2 years of my life because that's literally 2 years watching you.
Oh, that's a valid point. We're looking at this with 2023 goggles. We have to look at this when we have AI that can word search all of this, that can find given segments or with improved searchability. So currently on YouTube in 2023, yeah, it's difficult to find something that I did 2 years ago. In 2033, it should be instantaneous, just based on word search. But there's also the ability to use AI to be able to search this entire composition and compilation of video to find the exact segment that you want.
is very interesting, man. Like you only have one. I'm the only one watching you right now.
I'm surprised you clicked on a link. I wasn't clicking on a link.
Well, because I did it on my computer, on my streaming computer. So, but I mean, look, man, it's interesting. If you donated your life to science, I guess. Hey, man, Chill Tank. You never know who you're gonna get on our show.
Kill yourself. He's killing himself.
So check out his live stream, man. You can watch the day in life of this man. How do you make money, bro? Crypto?
I've worked six-figure income for Fortune 500 as a certified project management professional for years now. So I have some savings that I was able to just one day quit my job and be able to do this over 2 years ago, and I've just been doing it on savings.
Wow. Man, you got a pretty interesting story, man. I hope something comes of it, you know?
I appreciate that so much, and I appreciate the platform to be able to speak. Data is Earth's #1 resource. That isn't my opinion. That's according to The Economist. And if that's true, I have more data than anyone in global history, and that means I'm going to make everyone in this room rich. I'm following everyone in this room. I have over 300 Twitter accounts. They all filter to my main account, which is Best Rabbi Ever. If you ever need to get a hold of me, you feel free to DM me there, or just go on my live stream and type to me, and I'm willing to talk to you about anything you want. So if you ever want a friend, I'm always here for you. Thank you so much to the room. Thank you so much, Ian, for the opportunity to tell everybody my story.
Wow. Awesome, man. Satellite Doge, what do you think about his story?
Honestly, man, I'm pretty speechless, to be honest. It's not a week of 6. I think fair play to you, mate. I could never do what you're doing. It seems very stressful, and if you do it for science, that's very admirable. I find it interesting that you asked how he's funding all this, seeing as his last name's literally Rothschild. I expect. I can imagine you've got a few savings stashed in a few places. But yeah, man, it's an interesting thing, and I hope something good can come out of it, because obviously it's very important to you, and you're dedicating a lot of time and a lot of effort to it. Fair play to you, man. Keep it up.
Thank you so much for your kind words. I appreciate it.
All right, man, we're going to drop you down.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Take care. Everyone have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much for your kind words. I appreciate it.
All right, man, we're going to drop you down.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Take care. Everyone have a wonderful day.
Viewers, what did you think of that?
I already said everything. It's not something I would do. Because you have no privacy. You're basically, whoever finds a girl.
Chill Tank, let's fucking go. Hell yeah.
You never know you're going to get on Chill Tank. Dude came up and
Chill Tank.
his life, and it's available for you to watch live all the time. Interesting. All right. He's
right, man. Data is #1.
Yeah, but if you own people's data, I don't think it's #1 to just give your data. I don't know.
Chill Tank, baby.
Speechless about that. All right, let's keep it moving. All right, Crypto Stones, you're up next. Let's keep it going. We're kind of all speechless after that, but that's why it's Chill Tank.
I just got gas, I'ma move that. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back better than last year. It's a new me. Never gonna look back.
Chill Tank, baby. Chill Tank, baby.
Hey, guys.
All day, every day.
Yep. Thank you for the opportunity, guys. I'm here representing the Gummy Bears community. We launched last Monday.
We were here previously with another dev. I don't know if you remember, with PTMXI, Bitcoin Cash. And that guy ended up being a POS and wrecked us. And we decided as a community to come together and launch our own token. And we
launch gummy bears. Who doesn't love gummy bears? You know, gummy bears have been around for a long time, and there's a lot of memeable capability for the gummy bears.
Centuries after the big kickoff given to Christianity by the Emperor Constantine, a super amplified language of pure power. Being shown why the Emperor is the Emperor. You're not. You're ruled by Christ and by the Emperor Justinian. Wear the same purple robes. Both have containers. They both show its timeless golden backgrounds and have been there forever. These mosaics spell out authority. The authority the Emperor has over everything on earth, because he's the representative on earth of Christ. The authority that Christ has over heaven. Seeing Christ and his angelic bodyguards as the Emperor of Israel. Paul couldn't imagine art about God, because the only art he knew was statues of sexy bodies. Christian art breaks up the muscular, rounded Greek body into flat, patterned symbols. Art doesn't focus on the body. There is no symbols. Big statues show you the pinnacle of what man can be. Christian art shows you the idea of God. It's good. The flesh is mosaic stones laid deliberately unevenly to catch the light differently. To make everything radiant, shimmer. Symbolic world, the immaterial realm, and the material realm existing. Mysterious signs tell you that deep inside you are not. Christ is both totally human and totally divine. No, it works. Change the dial a little. It is some different symbols, buzzwords, big ideas. We are Christians. We don't know why we look at our stuff, museums either, or equivalent churches. Past the universal explanation of everything. We're interested in the breakdown. I see mysterious signs for that. For sometimes baffled, at least you know it's us. It's modern, baffled our own terms. Art allowed the early Christians to be awed by the inexplicable. 1,000 years of images of Jesus, from sublime, ethereal being, gold, to tortured God-man on the cross, reminding us that Christianity is a death cult. The idea was it would make us behave better.
$3 to $9 contract in order to trade. And what you see there is that each and every microsecond is cents. And that means in this game, cents equal dollars.
Still have hungry souls.
On top of all of that, right? I think this. I mean, really, what's important, I think, is to show people that there is a difference in execution speed. Like your success is correlated to your execution speed to some degree. Like for example, if you're trading out really far out of the money, 5 minutes, buy decides to come down, right? And your order happens to be 39 versus 2 other orders, and the price changes from 150 down to 130. Well, tough luck, right? Like, you just took a 10 or 15% hit because you were not as fast as those other orders. That's awesome. That's a big deal. It's not going to happen every time. I'm not saying that it happen. What I'm saying is often told as artists looking at early Christian art and saying, yes, and I encourage everyone to really take a shot in areas, right? You don't have to take my word for it, but the numbers do not lie.
Guy rides out of the desert,
70% of our customers after they
actuality,
put an account in
a way of expressing it visually. Looks at his patterns and says yes to that, but no to meaningless pictures.
That's about 2.5 times we compare to the
It's another momentous change in human consciousness. No stories, no symbolic scenes. A new form of art shows how it's possible to have a spiritual, transcendent experience without fixing to be rich.
I don't sing for the big ego baddies. Who would I sing for? If I don't sing for the big booty Ado women, who would I sing for?
The mosque in
Should I sing for John Doe?
Work began on it
Should I
in the
sing
late
for
700s AD.
I was sure
I'm
you
not
know
gay,
it
please.
all.
I'm not gay. Sorry, guys, they tell you you're a saint. Just tell them I'm not gay. I'm not
6
gay.
centuries after the time of Christ, a new prophet
Oh,
introduces a
you're
new
so
idea
big.
of God. Christianity makes the notion of God confused with this tangle of doctrines. The Son of God, the Mother of God, the Holy Spirit is somehow connected to it. Instead, submit to the new idea. No God.
For example, when I teach that now, I was skeptical of one
Islamic culture gets from early Christian and Judaic culture an aversion to graven images, to idols. There's nothing in the Quran about it.
You're here with
From
us
ancient interpretations of the Quran, collected together and written down, 8th century, comes the tradition of having no images of anything in place of worship. The absence of anything but patterns in mosques is a message to us about the kind of thing we need to see. We want to transcend the enemy. We want an order that's greater.
Dante might have to go on our lotto. I'm going to take him out of my lotto just so we can put it in our basket to this lotto.
Last time he played the Bucks once in his career. Sorry, 4 times the last time he did the Knicks.
Even
He only played 18 minutes,
Cairo,
but he still picked up 8 shots, 4 of those being for 3. I really feel like his role with this team is
The
a lot
idea of
more
Islam
about
for
being
Muhammad in the first place is to
tonight
defeat
against the
chaos.
perimeter of
On one hand, he sees all around him in Arabia Jews and Christians who say there's a single God who brings order and meaning, but who are conflicted about the true nature of this God. And on the other hand, he sees his own fellow Arabs at war all the time, different tribes constantly trying to kill each other, and worshipping a lot of dusty idols of ancient pagan gods who they've long ago forgotten the meaning of, who they don't really believe in. This is chaos. Islam is about the building of a new community of believers, all worshipping a single God. That worship must be very direct. It's just about your own personal relationship with the divinity. What eventually emerges is a form of beautification that doesn't contradict the directness. Islamic pattern is not holy in itself. It doesn't have any holy meanings. It doesn't really mean anything. It's just a specialing up the space. Patterns unfolding, mutating, changing, staying the same. God is everywhere and in everything, constantly, eternally creating everything. Mosques everywhere. Art is about a tight, tough relationship between the script, the sacred words of the Quran.
Jimmy, I am already hopping over to MC Perfect Timeline, okay? Go and come first and make my list. Yes, go and come first on that week. Make my list right there. Now keep engaging for Uchena. Turn on post notifications.
Rabbi, look, could be the starting point. Patterns are deliberately made to see peace. Mathematical relationships, very broad symbolism, circles suggest unity. Tell you that the world is ordered. It's God's order.
What would you like to say?
Hi guys, good evening.
Also in Cairo.
There's nothing sure that you can hear me.
Yeah, there's nothing good about this.
Okay, logically then. Okay, first of all, I just want to make about three comments and then I'll be done. First of all, I made out a comment as when Ada came up, I saw that he said something about
in a mosque, you see a deep cosmic unity expressed through pattern. Everything is one thing. Everything's a unity. God is unity.
Very good.
Now here's Jason Pollard. He's not a Muslim.
He's an American guy too.
1957. What he does is the same as what Islamic art and Middle Ages does.
Bro, is any soft corner as distinctive as he is? Like, there's no way another dude is, bro.
He can read it really fast. It's insane. Dude, it was like automatic. Like, he hit the line of scrimmage perfect.
In it, he
someone that didn't work for battle as well.
energies,
command and
spaces,
respect on the defense as quick as CTV did last year. Remember, bro, when that Tennessee game where he stomped fucking Derrick Henry at the line of scrimmage? Like, it just kind of felt like in that moment, that was what his third game. Like, he commanded that respect from the guys around him. Like, I can be a leader of this squad. On a squad with a ton of leaders already. I feel like dudes like Jordan, with how much command and respect he's getting already with the quality of play, like, dude, he could be a star. He really could.
He's upgrading through spontaneous marks. Islamic art expresses through precise geometry.
From an awareness standpoint, it's like matching up
away
with
from threatening chaos
and then he's making plays like
feeling
all
of
over the
inner
place. Like,
unity.
Yeah, that was nice and fat, really.
Blue Mosque, built in the early 17th century by the Muslim conquerors of Constantinople, renamed the city Istanbul. We're hardwired to enjoy pattern, to enjoy symmetry, visual complexity. We believe there's something special about it. What we find puzzling is spirituality. How does that fit with our enjoyment? How does it fit with beauty? Many people would say they don't care about the visual environment, that other things come first. They do care about dying, though. They just don't want to think about it. In the past, religion provided a place to face those thoughts. We expected the place to be decorated. So we've come to think of beauty as secondary and religion as the heart of the matter. We don't realise that beauty, belief, and the journey of life are all part of the same thing. Beautiful nature is golden Jesus, and a place where you commune with God. What we've seen in this programme is stages of the history of art. They're all aspects of what we are. Classicism is the Greeks being fascinated by the body, the natural look, with a powerful underlying sense of rhythm and pattern. Christian art was anti-classical, but it built on it, just subdued the natural and emphasised pattern. Islamic art in mosques was anti-Christianity, but it built on Christianity's underlying classicism. It was the triumph of pure pattern. The light, the shapes, the silhouettes, the symbols. A sense of a rich, dense scene of thought and meaning and feeling, all springing some kind of psychic switch inside us, connecting us in a bond of sympathy with everyone else. The art that goes with religion doesn't rely on faith. The power of it is that it causes us to get in touch with something deeper than ourselves. Indeed, it lets us know that there is such a thing as God. That's something to smile about. Hallelujah. Good night. Civilization is what we do to not just be our basic appetite-driven selves. It's the hierarchy. It's people talking to each other through the objects and monuments we leave for future generations. They're talking in signs, marvels. What they're saying is, this is what we are. Art is civilization's lightning into new values. Art does what the history books can't do. It shows us what civilizations of the past yearned for. What could we be if we were better than ourselves? In this series, I look at works of art that show fantastic leaps that civilization has made, where our idea of what we are suddenly changes. In the Middle Ages, the greatest art was medieval cathedrals. We're looking at Notre Dame in Paris. If you're medieval, you can hear the stones speaking. They say, we will always be here, the soaring towers, the saints, the gargoyles. We will always tell you the place of the world is. And then, after hundreds of years of certainty, in the 18th century comes another sound. The question, what is God? The answer is an abstraction. It stands for our highest values. Another question, do we need him? This week's programme is about that transition moment. The moment we realise that it's not God raising us to heaven, hurling us into hell, and make us civilized. It's us, our own sense of our own humanity. Feeling is our guide to the good. The truth we already are, that will be our path forward. We really like what we find.